Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with our discussion. In the previous session, we were doing overheads chapter where we learned how primary overhead distribution is done, then a secondary overhead distribution. Then we learned something called as OAR computation, where we have volume based methods and value based methods. In value, you had your material cost, labor cost, prime cost. In volume, it was machine hours, labor hours, and output produced. Have you practiced few questions from this area? Done? Okay. Now, I'll quickly first close out all the concepts which are there. Now, the denominator which we use, the formula says budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. The base can be machine hours, labor hours, material cost, any of them it can be. Now, in this also, for example, if you decide DLH is the base, in the DLH, guys, please listen. In the DLH, I have four types of DLH. One is called maximum DLH, practical DLH, normal DLH, actual DLH. The denominator can be maximum capacity, practical capacity, normal capacity, actual capacity. This has not come in exam, but there is some discussion in your ICI SM on this. What is maximum capacities? Assuming that the factory works for all 365 days a year, no breakdowns, no holiday, no maintenance, nothing is done by the organization. The factory works for all 365 days. If it's one shift 8 hours a day, two shift 16 hours a day, three shift 24 hours a day. So when somebody wants to calculate maximum DLH, the calculation is 365 days into number of hours into number of workers. That's called maximum capacity, which we will not be using in the denominator. In the denominator, I will not use the maximum capacity because that is overestimating the requirement. Practical capacity basically means the number of hours. The practical capacity is number of hours. It's if DLH is the base, it's number of hours. If machine is the base, labor hours, machine hours is the base, number of machine hours, whatever is the base. Practical capacity will consider all this: holiday, Sundays, maintenance, idle time, everything will be considered in the calculation. So they will consider all this in the computation. Then comes the normal capacity. This is what we use as denominator. The denominator which we use is called normal capacity. What is normal capacities? What are we planning to achieve? What are we planning to achieve? Capacity based on expected sales. Best is always this, but this you will know only at the end of the year. So you cannot use actual capacity. So for example, my denominator is units. In units, I can have maximum units, practical units, normal units, actual units. Maximum, not a good denominator to be used because it will lead to under or over recovery. Practical, good one, but I don't want to achieve it. What I want to achieve is called normal capacity. Actual is something I'll get to know only at the end of the year. So practically four different forms of capacities there. Now comes the most important element, treatment of under or over absorption. Now let's understand this first. At the beginning of the year, I said OAR is equal to budgeted overheads by budgeted direct labor hours. I decided the base to be direct labor hours. You can decide anything to be the base. The calculation was 10 lakh divided by 1 lakh. 10 is the OAR we decided at the beginning of the year. At the end of the year, the actual, this is 12 lakh and denominator was 80,000. 15 rupees. I planned for 10 rupees recovery. In reality, it turned out to be 15 rupees. 5 rupees will be under recovery for me. Around 5 rupees is the under recovery for me. You'll understand the calculation as I proceed. But 10 rupees is what I had planned to recover per direct labor hour. At the end of the year, the numerator can change. Denominator can also change. If either of them changes, it can lead to problem. So what do I recover? Overhead absorbed is 10 rupees. I decided 10 rupees to be the recovery, and this was 10 per DLH, 10 per DLH. So my recovery is 10 into 80,000. My recovery is 10 into 80,000. I've recovered 8 lakh. Whereas I've incurred 12 lakh, which means there is an under recovery of 4 lakh rupees. There's an under recovery of 4 lakh rupees. Now, what questions will do is, in this 12 lakh, there can be certain abnormal items which are there. For example, some penalty could be there, or some ineffective planning could be there. In case 12 lakh itself has some abnormal item, we first remove them. So let's assume this 12 lakh is wrong. This 12 lakh includes one penalty of 1 lakh. So the amount incurred is only, this is called adjusted overheads incurred. This is called adjusted overheads incurred is 11 lakh. Against that 11 lakh, I have absorbed only 8 lakh. So 3 lakh is my loss and 1 lakh is my abnormal loss. 1 lakh is my abnormal. Now in this 3 lakh, there can be two reasons. Normal reasons, abnormal reasons. It can be under recovery, it can be over recovery. Be it under recovery or over recovery, it could be because of normal reasons or abnormal reason. Abnormal reason, go and debit to P&L account. P&L account debit to overheads control account. P&L account debit to overheads control account. Go ahead and take it to your debit side of P&L. Debit side of P&L. If it's an under absorption, over absorption means it's profit. It will go to credit side of P&L. Normal reason, let's assume, is 1 lakh. And abnormal reason is 2 lakh. So this is my loss. In this, that 1 lakh penalty was there, that is also my loss. So 3 lakh is already my loss. Normal reasons, we do something called as supplementary recovery rate. We do something called as supplementary recovery rate. What is supplementary recovery rate is, I'm going to tell my customer, please pay me extra. Please pay me extra. Reason for paying extra is my overheads cost have gone up because of normal reason. Normal reason means everyone's cost would have gone up, not only mine, everyone in the industry, all people cost would have gone up. So I am going and telling them, can you please give me something now. So for this, what we do is 1 lakh divided by units produced including work in progress. Even work in progress we consider something called as equivalent units in work in progress. The concept of equivalent units you would have learnt in process costing. If I am doing it, I'll explain there again. So 1 lakh divided by 50,000, 2 rupee per unit. I'll go and tell every customer that give me 2 rupees extra. Give me 2 rupees extra. Now there is a problem. In this 50,000, FG is 40,000. WIP is 10,000. In this FG, I have sold. I have unsold. I have sold and unsold. Sold is 30,000. Unsold is 10,000. I have totally 50,000 units. FG is 40,000. Everything is there in the book. Just understand the concept. FG is 40,000. WIP is 10,000. FG 40,000. You have already sold 30,000. If I have already sold something, I cannot go back to the customer and tell him that please pay me 2 rupees extra. If you have purchased something from a shop and now the shopkeeper calls you and says give me extra 2 rupees, nobody is going to give that money. So this is also my loss. This also is my loss. That is 30,000 units into 2 rupees. Into 2 rupees is my loss. 10,000 into 2 is unsold. This I will recover it in the next year. In the next year, whoever customer is buying, he has to pay me extra 2 rupees because you are yet to sell this product. And this WIP, 10,000, it will become FG. And again, I will tell you to pay extra. Again, I will tell you to pay extra. So for this, the entry is cost of goods sold account debit 30,000 into 2. This is already sold. Debited to cost, my loss. FG control account debit 10,000 into 2. This is not my loss. I'm increasing the FG value. I'm increasing the FG value. Moment you debit your FG control account, FG value will go up. WIP control account debit 10,000 into 2. And finally 2 overhead control, again 1 lakh. This 1 lakh is my normal under recovery. Ideally, I want my customers to pay for it. I go to the customer and tell them please pay me extra 2 rupees. He's saying you already sold the product, why will I pay you extra? So whatever is sold is my loss, nothing can be done. Unsold, the unsold portion, I will recover it in the next year. This is what the concept is saying. Overhead under absorbed or over absorbed is overhead incurred minus overhead absorbed. That is what you are incurring and subtract what you are absorbing. If it is very small under absorption, please take it to costing P&L. It's an insignificant amount. Let's not discuss much about it. If it's abnormal reason, again I transfer it to costing P&L. If it's normal reason, I do supplementary recovery rate, which is amount divided by units produced including WIP. And this amount sold portion will go to COGS or cost of sales account, any account you can write. Unsold FG will go to FG control account. Unsold WIP will go to WIP control account to overhead control. The entry will be exact opposite if it's over absorption. If it's over absorption, you are going to write exact opposite entry. That is, instead of debiting P&L, you will credit P&L. What are my losses? Whatever goes to costing P&L is my loss. Whatever goes to cost of sales account is my loss. And if any abnormal item I remove it originally, that is also my loss. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? This is frequently tested in exam. The under absorption entries are this, over absorption is exact opposite of this. Lot of good examples are there. And the last segment of the chapter is on something called as machine hour rate method. Now, this is done separately by ICI as well as practically also. This is very important because this is the most commonly used method of absorbing overheads. Now, the formula is very simple. Budgeted overheads by budgeted machine hours. In overheads, you consider all expenses of operating the machine. Even sometimes we include wages also. That's called comprehensive machine hour rate. That's called comprehensive machine hour rate. For example, if I'm using this laptop for 1 hour, what is the cost of using the laptop for 1 hour? There is some power cost I have to incur. On top of it, some internet cost I have to incur, and one person is working on it. His wages or his salary you have to incur. So what is the cost? Or if I take printer as an example, if the printer is running for 1 hour in a Xerox shop, in that Xerox machine, for running 1 hour printer, you have to pay something to the worker, something on the paper cost, something you have to incur for electricity, something on the cartridge, something on the ink. All this cost you have to incur. What is the cost incurred to run 1 hour of printer? 1 hour of printer, you are incurring 500 rupees. In this 500 rupees, you will be able to print 1500 copies. So the cost of one copy is 500 divided by 1500. That's how the final calculation can be done by an organization. So budgeted expenses of operating the machine, all expenses whichever is related to the machine, divided by effective machine hours. There is going to be a lot of lengthy calculation on this. I'll explain when I do a question. But effective machine hours is nothing. Budgeted expenses include all expenses such as depreciation, insurance, maintenance, labor cost, consumables. The important word is labor cost is also part of the expenses. Everything is included in the calculation. And effective machine hours is total machine hours subtract normal loss. We had something called as effective good units when we did material. Effective good units is total units minus normal loss. Normal loss can be subtracted. Abnormal loss should not be subtracted. Now, this is called single machine hour rate method. ICI also has something called as multiple machine hour rate method. What is multiple machine hour rate method is, if I take a Xerox machine, the machine will do black and white as well as color Xerox. Now, when you go to a shop, black and white, he may say 1 rupee per copy. Color, he will say 5 rupees or 6 rupees per copy. It's the same machine, but it is doing two different tasks. It is doing black and white printing as well as color printing. So in this scenario, how are we going to do the calculation is what you will understand in multiple machine hour rate method. In multiple machine hour rate method, I will do calculation for black and white separately, color separately, add up all the black and white cost, add up all the color cost, and calculate separate machine hour rate for black and white printing and separate machine hour rate for color printing. ICA may ask a separate machine hour rate for running the machine and a separate machine hour rate for maintenance of the machine. A machine does three tasks. Okay, this is also very important. A machine can be under operation, setup, maintenance. These are the three tasks a machine does. Operating forms part of the denominator. Operating forms part of the denominator, and you incur electricity cost for operating the machine. Maintenance does not form part of the denominator. That is when I ask what is effective machine hours, please don't add the maintenance hours, and no power cost. No power cost. Setting up is assumption based. Setting up is assumption based. You can say it is productive, forms part of denominator. You can say non-productive, does not form part of denominator. Does not form part of denominator. Running time considered as productive forms part of machine hours. Power cost is incurred. Power cost is incurred. Maintenance non-productive does not form part of machine hours. Power cost is not incurred. Power cost is not incurred. May be productive, may be unproductive. If it's productive, power cost is incurred, and if it's non-productive, power cost is not incurred, because one of the major expense we'll calculate is power cost. How you calculate power cost is number of units of electricity into rate into number of hours. That number of hours is only productive hours. Productive hours. This rule will work if problem is silent. Some specific question ICI may say power cost is also incurred for maintenance. If they say, please follow whatever the question is saying. If problem is silent, running is productive, incur power cost. Maintenance is non-productive, do not incur power cost. Setting up is may be productive, incur power cost. May be non-productive, do not incur power cost. This is the rule. This is the rule. Multiple machine hour rate is the last concept which I've said. A machine can perform multiple operations for different, and the MHR for different operations can be different. Black and white printing, color printing, running of machine, setting up of machine, maintenance of machine, packing activity, assembling activity. How you solve this, you'll understand when I do a problem. In there, I'll explain how we are going to do this calculation, but the concept is very simple. I'll not be calculating one machine hour rate. I'll be calculating 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on whatever is the requirement of the question. Let's see the balance questions which are there. Let's come to question 6. This is on under or over absorption. Question 6. During half year ending interdepartmental review meeting of P Limited, cost variance report was discussed and the performance of the departments were assessed. Following figures were presented. For a period of 6 months, the following data were extracted from the books. This is on under or over recovery. Actual production overheads incurred is 34 lakh 8,000, inclusive of the following amount. This is inclusive of the following amount. Paid as per court order. Paid as per court order. This is an abnormal item. Paid as per court order is an abnormal item because it's like a penalty. I'll remove it from 34 lakh 8,000. I'll remove this from 34 lakh 8,000. Expenses of previous year. Expenses of previous year booked in current year. Expenses of previous year booked in current year, that is also abnormal. That is also abnormal because last year expense we have taken it in the current year. Paid to worker for strike. Paid to worker for strike. Strike is also not a normal activity. It is abnormal. Obsolete stores written off. Obsolete stores written off. Obsolete item is also abnormal in nature. I have to remove all the 4. I'll have to remove all the 4. As I said, whatever amount we are incurring, we have to remove what? The abnormal items. We have to remove the abnormal item. Can you remove all the 4 and tell me how much it is? Sorry? 24? So once I remove this 74, I'll just check it is 6. Just check the totals. 2 should be the last number. 24 lakh? Okay, 24 lakh 2,000. Okay. So 24 lakh 2,000 is the number after removing all my abnormal item. All my abnormal item is removed. This is called adjusted overhead incurred. This is called adjusted overhead incurred. Production finished goods 1 lakh 10,000. WIP what it says? So WIP is 40,000 units. WIP is 40,000 units. So we have produced 1,50,000 units. This will give me supplementary recovery rate. This will give me supplementary recovery rate. In this 1,50,000, 90,000 is sold. This is my loss. 20,000 FG unsold. 20,000 FG unsold. 40,000 WIP obviously unsold. Machine work during the period was, what is the use of this 3,000? This will tell me how much overheads have been absorbed. How much overheads have been absorbed. But this 3,000 alone doesn't help me. With this 3,000, I need the OAR. I need the OAR. At the preparation of the budget, it was estimated that 50,40,000 would be required for budgeted machine hours of 6,000 as production overheads for the entire year. So machine hours is 6,000 for the full year. For the full year, 50,40,000 is also for the full year. This calculation we are doing it for a half year. Only thing is, when you do OAR calculation, budgeted overheads, budgeted suitable base should be the same time period. That is, both should be for a year, both should be for a half year. Once the OAR is calculated, you can use that OAR for a single month, single day, single unit, 1 year, half year, 2 years, whatever you can use. So tell the OAR will be 50,40,000 divided by 6,000. OAR is 50,40,000 divided by 6,000. How much is 840. During the meeting, data analytic revealed that 40% of the over or under absorption was due to defective production policy. Defective production policy is an abnormal item. Defective production policy is an abnormal item, and the balance is attributable to what? Increase in cost. Increase in cost will not impact only me. It is going to impact everyone in the market. If everyone gets impacted, it's technically called as a normal item. That's technically called as a normal item. Lot of requirements have been asked in the question. Let's not worry about the requirement. I'll come to the requirements later. What I am going to do is, I'm going to solve it like a problem, descriptive problem. In case they don't ask these questions, we will write journal entry and other things. Let's write it now. Overheads incurred. Overheads incurred equal to 34,08,000. Overheads incurred equal to 34,08,000. Incurred 34,08,000. Adjusted overheads incurred. Adjusted overheads incurred. Adjusted overheads incurred. Adjusted is removing all the abnormal item. From 34,08,000, I'll be subtracting 450. You can write minus 450, minus 1 lakh, minus 420, minus 36. All are abnormal item. Minus 4,50,000, minus 1 lakh, minus 4,20,000, minus 36,000. All are abnormal item. 4,50,000, 1 lakh, 4,20,000 and 36,000. You will have to remove all these abnormal item. So once I remove my abnormal item, I'll be left with minus abnormal item. How much is the amount we are left with? 34 lakh. Sorry, 24 lakh 2,000. I'm left with 24 lakh 2,000. This is one part of the calculation. Second part is OAR is equal to budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. Budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. They have given the budgeted overheads for a year, suitable base also for a year. I am not bothered about it. They can give for a year, they can give for a half year. So 50,40,000 divided by 6,000 machine hours, 840 per mh. 840 per mh. Every machine hours we are going to recover 840 rupees. Every machine hours we are going to recover 840 rupees. And overhead absorbed 840 into, the question said machine hours work during the period is 3,000. During the period is 3,000. So 840 into 3,000 is 25 lakh 20,000. What we have incurred is 24 lakh, 2,000, and what we have absorbed is 25 lakh, 20,000. Incurred is 24 lakh, 2,000, absorbed is 25 lakh, 20,000. This will give me over absorption 1 lakh, over absorption 1 lakh 18,000, over absorption 1 lakh 18,000. There is a over recovery which is happening in this question. I have recovered more. I have recovered more than what has been incurred by the organization. We have ended up recovering more than what has been incurred by the organization. Now this over absorption, two reasons: normal reason, abnormal reason. Normal reason and abnormal reason. Abnormal reason is defective planning. Abnormal reason is defective planning. 40%. How much is this 40%? 47. This will go to costing P&L. This will go to costing P&L income for us. This is a income for us because it is a over absorption. It's over absorption income. Entry is FOH control account debit 47,200 to costing P&L account credit. I'm crediting P&L because it's an income. Crediting P&L because it is a income. FOH control or overhead control account debit to costing P&L account. This is an income for us. This will improve my profits. My profits will go up by 47,200 rupees. 47,200 rupees is my income. This side 60%. What's the 60% amount? 70,800. I'll be using supplementary recovery rate, and this is a negative. What is negative is basically I'll be giving back to my customer. Whatever is sold, nothing matters. Next year when I sell, I will fix a lower price. I'll fix a lower price. Supplementary recovery rate is 17,800. Units produced including WIP. Units produced including WIP 1 lakh 10 FG, 40,000 WIP. What is 40,000 WIP is 80,000 into 50%. 80,000. See, question has said production finished goods. Some question will say closing stock 10,000, WIP 40,000, sales 90,000. So 10 plus 90 is production. 10 plus 90 is production. If they give closing stock and production separately instead of giving the production, they may say closing stock and sales. Closing stock and sales. What is the rate you get if you divide? 472 per unit. This is not per machine hour. I should basically call my customers and tell I want to return 47 paise, which I am not going to do. I am not going to return to the people whom I have already sold the product, but technically I should call them and say I want to return 47 paise. I want to return 47 paise. So the entry is overhead control account debit 7,800. Overhead control account debit 7,800. This is over absorbed and this will be passed on to one COGS or COS account. 90,000 units into 0.472. This is my profit. I'm not going to return it to customer. 90,000 units. 90,000 units into 0.472. This money will not be given back to customer. This money will not be given back to customer and it is going to reduce my COGS. Because when you credit cost, COGS goes down, profit automatically goes up. And balance to FG 20,000 into 0.472. What is 20,000 is 1 lakh 10 produced, 90,000 sold. 1 lakh 10 produced, 90,000 sold. Gap is 20,000. Gap is 20,000. So 2 FG is 20,000 into 0.472. 20,000 units into 0.472 and 2 WIP is 40,000 units into 0.472. This will reduce my FG, reduce my WIP, reduce my COGS. Reduce FG, reduce WIP and reduce COGS. Clear? Any doubts on this? So whatever you are crediting to COGS, it's your profit. Whatever you credited to costing P&L is your profit, and all the abnormal items are your loss. All the abnormal items are your loss, because we have to remove all those abnormal items. Those are technically not under recovery loss, but that is a loss which the organization is suffering. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now let's look at the requirement. What was the budgeted machine hour rate? What is the OAR you got? 840. How much production overhead has been absorbed up to the end of half year period? Overhead absorbed is how much? 25 lakh, 20,000. Under absorbed or over absorbed? How much? What is the supplementary recovery rate for under or over absorbed? How much has been written against work in progress? 18,880. This is what the question is all about. 18,880. This is a very frequently tested question. Your under or over recovery. This was a over recovery sum. Opposite is an under recovery sum. Any doubts on this? Let's come to this. A manufacturing company having strength of 50 workers planned for, I think this example I had done it in the MCQ, I had discussed it, planned for 300 working days of 8 hours each. Based on the earlier trend, it's estimated that absenteeism would be 10 in addition to eligibility of 20 days annual leave. The budgeted overheads amount to 15 lakh 12,000. This data will give me OAR. This data will give me the overhead absorption rate. They have not given the hours directly. You will have to do some calculation. During the year, factory worked for 2 extra days, which means factory has worked for 302 days. Factory has worked for 2 extra days. Actual absenteeism is only 8 days. I had planned for an absenteeism of 10 days. The actual absenteeism is only 8 days. Out of 50 workers, 20 people took leave of 20 days. Remaining took leave of 15 days. 450 hours were lost due to machine breakdown. Overtime during the year was 650. Actual overage is 1592 600. Now in this question, we have to first find out OAR. For OAR, my formula is budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. When we did in the previous question, this 6,000 was given directly. Now you need to spend time and get it. Then you have to find overhead absorbed. For overhead absorbed, this 3,000 was given directly. Now you have to analyze this entire data, 2 extra days working, absenteeism, leave, breakdown, all that you have to consider and calculate how many hours did the machine actually work. How many hours did the machine actually work? Once you find that hours into the OAR is absorbed, and the gap between 1590 to 600 and absorbed is under recovery or over recovery. After that, they have not asked for the treatment. The treatment is not asked, but calculating the hours is going to be the tricky part. Calculating the hours is going to be the tricky part. Let's do first. OAR is equal to, right? OAR is equal to budgeted overheads by budgeted direct labor hours. Budgeted overheads by budgeted direct labor hours. Budgeted direct labor hours. My overhead figure is 15 lakh 12,000. Overhead figure is 15 lakh 12,000. And how many hours we are going to work? 50 people into 300 minus 10 minus 20 into 300 minus 10 minus 20, because in the 300 hours they are saying what? 10 days is your absenteeism, 20 days is annual leave into 8 hours each, into 8 hours each. So denominator is, numerator is 15 lakh 12,000, denominator is 50 people into 300 minus 30 into 8. 300 minus 30 is 10 and 20, 1,08,000. Tell me the OAR. 14 per DLH. 14 per DLH, direct labor hours. Now previous question 840 was very simple calculation. This question, some computation was to be done and we got a number of 14. It doesn't end here. Now this 14 has to be multiplied with some number of hours. Which Earlier plan was some 1 lakh number you told me, but in reality I don't know how much it is going to be, because during the year factory worked for 2 extra days. Actual absenteeism is 8 days. So factory has effectively worked for 294 days. Factory has effectively worked for 294 days. In this 294, I'm losing time because of leave, because of breakdown, and on top of that I do extra overtime. I have to calculate how many hours did the factory actually ended up working. That into 14 is overhead absorbed. That you compare with 1592. That you compare with 1592. It will give you under recovery or over recovery. Next, computation of hours worked. Computation of hours worked. Hours worked. Particulars calculation amount. Possible hours. Possible hours. 294 days. What is 294 days? Is 300 extra 2 days of working by the company and 8 days of absenteeism. 8 days of absenteeism. 294 days into 8 hours into 50 workers. This is what ideally my factory should have worked for. 1,17,600 hours my factory should work for. 294 days into 8 hours into 50 workers. I wanted my factory to work for 117,600 hours. Then I get a surprise saying that less machine breakdown. If machine has broken down, that time obviously factory cannot work. Machine breakdown. I'm losing 450 hours due to breakdown. I'm losing 450 hours due to machine breakdown. So minus 450, minus 450, less machine breakdown, 450 hours lost due to what? Machine breakdown. Then add overtime. Add overtime. Overtime means machine is working more. Machine is working more. Overtime is around 650 hours. So machine breakdown, I'm losing time. Overtime, I'm gaining the time. Overtime, I'm gaining back the time. So there is a loss because of breakdown. There's an increase because of overtime, and then less hours lost due to leave. People are taking leave now. I'm also going to lose time because of that. This leave we had earlier subtracted when we did the original calculation also. But now the problem is I said 20 days annual leave. I get to know 20 workers took 20 days leave. Balance 30 workers took 15 days leave. 20 workers took 20 days leave and the remaining took only 15 days leave. So 20 workers into 20 days into 8 hours. This is one loss for me. 20 workers into 20 days into 8 hours is one loss, plus 30 workers into 15 days into 8 hours. Two losses I'm having. 20 workers, 20 days, 8 hours. 30 workers, 15 days and 8 hours. What's the number you get? 6,800. And hours worked. This is the actual hours worked. 1,11,000. Hours worked is 1,11,000. I have a loss due to breakdown. I have a loss due to leave, and I have an increase due to overtime. All put together after calculation, 1,11,000 is left. 1,11,000 is left. Now overhead absorbed is 1,11,000 hours into 14 rupees. The rate we had decided. We had decided 14 rupees to be the recovery rate. Earlier question that 6,000 and 3,000 was given directly. This question, these two numbers are little bit of a calculation for us. 1,11,000 into 14. And against this, I have incurred 1592, which means there is an under recovery. There is a under recovery. I have incurred 1592. I have absorbed 1554. I have absorbed 1554. This indicates that there is an under recovery. There is a under recovery. Under recovery of 38,600. There's an under recovery of 38,600. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now I'll be moving to the next part, which is your machine hour rate calculation. In this example, we have an under recovery of 38,600. I can extend the question further. I can give the data saying that 40% is due to normal reason, 60% is due to abnormal reason. Company has produced 5,000 units. Company has sold 4,000 units. WIP is equivalent 2,000 units. Calculate supplementary recovery rate, treatment of under over absorption. All that can be the extra add-ons which the question can ask you to do, and can also ask you the impact on P&L. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next comes the machine hour rate. This is a very good question, a comprehensive problem. I'll first read out the question. You are given the following information of three machine, which means I have to do calculation for three separate machine. I have to do calculation for three separate machine. Depreciation, spare parts, power, consumable stores, insurance, indirect labor, building maintenance, interest, rent and rates, foreman, attendant. Foreman and attendant control all the three machines and spend equal time on them. Following additional data is given. DLH, KW rating, KW is kilowatt rating, floor space. There are 14 holidays besides Sundays in the year, of which 2 were on Saturdays. Manufacturing department works 8 hours in a day. Saturday are half days. All machines work at 85% capacity. 2% is reasonable for breakdown. I'll explain this in some time. Calculate predetermined machine hour rate. Predetermined is OAR. Calculate OAR after taking following factor. Increase of 15% in the price of spare part. Increase of 25% in the consumption of spare parts for B and C. 20% increase in wage rate. 10% decrease in consumption of consumable store. In the consumption of consumable stores. Now, what is OAR? I had told you is budgeted overheads of machine divided by budgeted machine hours or effective machine hours. To calculate machine hours, I'll have to use this para. I'll use that later. I'll use that para. How will I calculate budgeted overheads? I will add up all these numbers and items like this using primary overhead distribution technique. Using primary overhead distribution technique, you will have to split it. You will have to split it. So some items they have given like depreciation, I'll copy paste. Spare parts, I cannot copy paste because some increase decrease question has mentioned. Some increase and decrease the question has mentioned. So I'll give effect to that increase or decrease. Power, I'll copy paste. Power I will distribute. Consumable stores, some change they have given. Insurance like this we will do. What I am going to do and what you are going to do is particulars and machine A. Only machine A calculation we will do. Machine B and C has to be distributed in the same manner. So we will just focus on machine A calculation so that you understand the concept fully. Just give me a minute. No, not A, we will do machine B. Machine B because the machine B has a increase in consumption and all. So I will be doing machine B calculation. You are going to do machine B calculation along with me. First we will do primary overhead distribution technique in order to distribute some of the item. After that is done, using this below data, you'll have to calculate effective machine hours. Whatever cost you got divided by the effective machine hours will give you the OAR for machine B. Same way OAR for machine A or OAR for machine C. Let's start. Working note 1. Computation of overheads of machine B. Computation of overheads of machine B. Particulars, calculation amount. Calculation and amount. I have various items starting from depreciation. We are going to do calculation. You will have to decide you want to do it for a year, month and all. We normally do it for a year unless the problem is differently saying. So I'll do calculation for a year. Anyway, preliminary expenses per annum. Per annum. Depreciation, no extra data is there. I'll copy paste. Spare parts, extra data is there. I'll have to give effect to that. No extra information, copy paste. Extra information is there. Give effect to that. First is depreciation. given, depreciation given 7,500. We are doing machine B calculation. We are doing machine B calculation. Depreciation is given. Spare parts. Spare parts, it says 4,000. It says 4,000. Now listen. It says there's an increase of 15% in the price of spare parts. So 4,000 plus 15% is 4,600. First you have to give effect to the price change. Then they're saying increase of 25%. Increase of 25% in the consumption of spare parts for machine B and C only. First give effect to price change. Then on 4,600. You have to give effect to plus 25%. Some students in a hurry did 4,000 plus 15% plus 25% on the original 4,000, which is wrong. You cannot do it on original 4,000. Why you cannot do on original 4,000? Because that price increase is applicable even for that extra consumption which is happening. Even for the extra consumption which is going to happen in the current year, there is a price effect. So 4,000 plus 15% is 4,600. Then plus 25%. Then plus 25%. Or 4,000 plus 25%, get 5,000 and then add 15%. You can give price effect and then quantity, or quantity and then price, but both cannot be on original 4,000. Both cannot be on original 4,000. This is how practically price and quantity change will happen. So 4,000, I will add 15%. I write that amount in the calculator and then add 25% on that. So it's like this: 4,000 plus 15%, close bracket, and plus 25%. 4,000 plus 15%, close the brackets, plus 25%. What's the number you get? 5,750. If you add 15 and 25 on 4,000, then you will get 5,600. Then you will get 5,600. A small difference, but it will lead to wrong solution. So you will have to give effect to, or you could have done 4,000 plus 25%. You would have got 5,000. Add 15% on 5,000. Add 15% on 5,000. But you have to give effect to price as well as quantity change. First price, second quantity, or first quantity, second price, both cannot be on 4,000. Both cannot be on 4,000. Third item, power. Now, power is 40,000. Tell me what can be the basis from here. Kilowatt rating, ratio of kilowatt rating. They have not given HP. If they had given HP, I would have multiplied with machine hours. They have given ratio of KW rating. KW rating is kilowatt rating. Ratio of kilowatt rating. So the number is 40,000. You'll have to split in the ratio of 3 to 3. That is 3 plus 2 plus 3 is 8. 40,000 divided by 8. 40,000 divided by 8 into 2. 40,000 divided by 8 into 2. Only machine B we are doing. Next item, consumables. Consumables 3,000, and the question has said there is going to be a 10% decrease in the consumption. 10% decrease in the consumption. So 3,000 minus 10%. 2,700. Insurance 8,000 rupees. Tell me what can be the basis of distributing this? No. Insurance, it's a very good basis which they have used. What can be the basis? Depreciation, because depreciation is a proxy for value. Depreciation is a proxy for value, and depreciation is already distributed and given. Depreciation is already distributed and given to us. That's why as you practice more question, you will get a lot of clarity on what basis can be used, because I would have never told in my theory that insurance basis can be depreciation, because depreciation itself we have to distribute. So for depreciation, the basis is book value of machine. If depreciation is already divided and given to you, which means the book value will be in this ratio. Book value will be in this ratio. 8,000 divided by 20,000. 8,000 divided by 20,000 into 7,500. 8,000 divided by 20,000 into 7,500. How much? 3,000. Insurances on basis depreciation basis. Insurances depreciation is the basis which we are using, and this was KW rating. Clear? Next is indirect labor 20,000. Question has said 20% increase in wage rate. 20% increase in wage rate. So I'll increase the labor cost from 20,000 to 24,000. Tell me, how should I distribute this? Indirect labor, how can we distribute? On the basis of DLH, on the basis of direct labor hours. Indirect labor 24,000 on DLH. 24,000. Total of DLH is 5 lakh. 1 lakh plus 150 plus 150. 24,000 divided by 5 lakh into 1 lakh 50. 7,000. 7,200. Clear? Next item is building maintenance. This is very simple. Building maintenance. What can be the basis? Floor space. 20,000 divided by 1 lakh into 40,000. Floor space. We're doing only machine B. You can do A, B and C. That doesn't really matter. What's the number? How much? 8,000. Next is interest on capital outlay. Interest on capital is already given in the question. Annual interest on capital, how much? Machine B is how much? Annual interest on capital. What should I do with this? This is to be ignored because the word used is interest on capital. In cost sheet chapter, you learnt that interest on long-term funds or equity funds is ignored. Capital means long-term fund. Capital means long-term fund. Non-long-term interest alone we consider, or the question specifically saying marginal costing and all, will add interest in the calculation, because they'll say calculate what sales to achieve this profit and all. There and all we were considering, but here it's very clear. It is interest on what? Capital outlay. Interest on capital outlay. Capital means long-term money. Capital means long-term money. So this is 0. This is 0, to be ignored. To be ignored. Next is rent and rates. On what basis should I distribute? Floor space. Distribute and tell me. Rent and rates, floor space. Wrong. Distribute and tell me. Wrong. Sorry? 4,000 is wrong. 48,000. Please read question. This is how ICI plays with you. They gave per annum and suddenly here they are saying monthly. Suddenly they are saying monthly charge for rent and rates. So rent and rates is not 10,000. It's 1,20,000. 4,000 is per month. I want 48,000 to be written. I'll have to write 48,000. Rent and rates monthly charge. They have used the word monthly charge. Why they did and all you cannot question, but they have purposefully played around it, because in the top they said preliminary expenses per annum, and here they have said monthly charges for rent and rates. So it is going to be 48,000. Same way with foreman per month, attendant per month, and foreman and attendant spend equal time. Equal time means 1 by 3, 1 by 3, 1 by 3. I'll have to split in the ratio of 1 by 3, 1 by 3 and 1 by 3. Here also what is the word used? Per month. So you have to do into 12. Listen, the word used is salary. ICI has assumed that wage means only for labor they'll increase, salary they are not increasing. Salary they are not increasing that 20%. Can I take an alternate assumption? Possible, but this is the word salary means they are not giving effect to increase in wage rate. Increase in wage rate. So this is how your answer would have looked. 7,500, 5750, 10,000, 27, 3, 9, 8, 48, 80, 20, and all put together 193, 950. All put together. Let's not worry about the total and all. This is one part of the calculation. You had to do machine A, machine B, and machine C, in which I have done only machine B just to explain the concept. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is first part of the computation where we have spent time on calculating what is the overheads relating to the machine. No need to copy and all, don't end up copying and all, just understand the calculation. I wanted you to make certain mistakes like rent and rates. That is why I told you to do it along with me. Clear? Second part is I'll have to divide this by machine hours. Now for dividing this by machine hours, I have to take into consideration this data which is given here. Let's read it carefully. It's a very important. 14 holidays besides Sundays in the year, out of which 2 were on Saturday. Manufacturing department works for 8 hours in a day and Saturday are half days. Saturday are half days. Can you tell me in 1 week how many hours does the factory work in 1 week? 1 week, how many hours operation? 44. Monday to Friday 8 hours, Saturday 4 hours, Sunday is holiday. Now 1 year consists of 52 weeks and extra 1 day. That is what I say it as 52 weeks and extra 1 day. What is that extra 1 day? Is 365th day. If you calculate the number of days, 365th day is that extra day. That extra day we normally assume is a weekday. So you need not write this, understand the calculation. You will keep spending time on. Then number of weeks, 52 weeks and 1 day. 52 weeks and 1 day. Hours per week. Hours per week is 5 into 8 plus 1 into 4, 44. Possible working hours is 52 weeks into 44. 52 weeks into 44 plus 1 day into 8. 1 day into 8. Assumption is that extra day is falling between Monday to Friday. Can I ignore 1 day? Maybe you can ignore, but I've seen ICA consistently writing that extra 1 day. So 52 into 44, 1 into 8. This will be my working hours provided I don't have any loss. Now I'll come to the losses part. 2 to 96 hours one machinery can work in case no breakdown, no maintenance, no holidays, nothing is there. 2 to 96 you can operate. Now comes the requirement. 14 holidays besides Sundays in the year. That Monday to Friday and Saturday you wrote, in that there are 14 holidays. So 14 holidays means machine is not going to work. This 14 holidays, 2 are on Saturday. What is the use of this information? Out of the 14 holiday, 12 holidays you lose 8 hours and 2 holiday you lose only 4 hours. 2 holidays you lose only 4 hours. If they don't mention Saturday, we assume it is between Monday to Friday. So out of this 2 to 96, less hours lost due to holidays is 12 into 8. 12 into 8 plus 2 into 4. 2 into 4, I have lost 104 hours I have lost due to holiday. 104 hours I have lost due to holiday. Manufacturing department works for 8 days. All machines work at what? 85% capacity. So whatever you have calculated is 100% working. Whatever you have calculated is 100% working. Company is saying no, we will not do 100%, we'll do only 85%. In that 85%, 2% is breakdown. In that 85%, 2% is breakdown. So listen, possible revised hours. 2192 is possible. 2192 is possible. Planned utilization. I'm planning for 2192 into 85%. I want the machinery to work only to the extent of 85%. Balance 15% could be some maintenance, idle time, something could be there. In this 1863.20, I will have normal breakdown, which is 2%. I'll have a breakdown of, and this is called effective machine hours. This is for machine A separately same number, machine B also same number, machine C also same number. If they had given different data, I would have done different calculation. They can mention A will work for for 20 hours a day, B will work for 10 hours a day, C will work for 4 hours a day. They can give different data. They have not given any data. 1826 is the denominator you will use here. In this 195,700, you will divide by 1826. I'll repeat again. First, I calculated maximum. From maximum, you will have certain reduction. One is holiday, second is absenteeism, third could be leave which people are taking, fourth could be some maintenance activity that will give you planned utilization. If you are doing 100%, okay, because last question when we did, we subtracted everything, we did not apply any percentage. I directly took that 1,11,000 hours. Here they are saying no, we are working only 85%. We are working only 85%, and on top of that there is a 2% breakdown. On top of that, one exam question they gave, this number is 90% and this number is 10%. What student taught is 90% is utilization and 100 minus 90 is 10% breakdown. That's how student taught, and they didn't subtract the balance 10. I'll repeat again, breakdown is on the utilization. Breakdown is on the utilization. 90% if they say, and if they say 10% breakdown, it means from 100 I'll work only for 90. 10% of 90 is another 9 lost. 81 is what our effective utilization will be. 81 is what our effective utilization will be. If they give 90 and 10%, 85 and 2 will not give you confusion, because you will not think that this is balance hours. But if they give it 90 and 10, some students took it wrong, assuming that they thought 100 minus 90 is that 10%, so they did not subtract breakdown separately. What you need to do is you will have to first find the planned utilization and then subtract the breakdown. So this is the calculation here, 1826, and this will give you MHR for machine 1, machine 2 and machine 3. Machine hour rate for machine 1, machine hour rate for machine 2 and machine hour rate for machine 3. Clear? Any doubts in this? In this, the denominator calculation is also tricky. The numerator calculation is also tricky because a lot of adjustments were there. Clear? Let's look at 9 now. Following particulars refer to a process used in the treatment of material subsequently incorporated in a component forming part of an electrical appliance. Original cost of the machine is 10 lakh, life is 10 years, scrap value at the end of life is 10,000. What is the use of this data? To calculate depreciation. Estimated working time per year is 2,200 hours. So they have given this data, like I calculated some 2496. They have given what? 2,200, and they very clearly mentioned 50 weeks and 44 hours. Out of which maintenance is how much? 200. Maintenance, if nothing is given, is non-productive. I'll have to remove that from that 2,200. I'll have to remove it from the 2,200 because maintenance is what? It is non-productive. I have told you 3 types of time: operating, maintenance, setting up. Operating always productive, maintenance always non-productive, setting up time is assumption. No other loss of time expected. Setting up time estimated at what? 100 hours is regarded as productive time. If nothing is given, on this 100 hours you will incur electricity cost. I will again explain this. I have 2,200. This is split into 3. 100 setting up, 200 maintenance. 200 is maintenance. 1,900 is running. This is non-productive. This is productive. So productive time is 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours. 100 hours of setting up is productive, and 1,900 running is also productive. Both are productive time. Maintenance time is nothing is given. Later on in the end, they may say maintenance is also productive. I don't know. As of now, my reading is setting up time is productive, running time is productive, maintenance time is unproductive. No electricity cost for maintenance. Yes, electricity cost for setting up and running time. Anything deviation, we'll see. Electricity used during the production is 16 units per hour at a cost of 7. No power during what? Maintenance or setting up. So I can't help it. The questioner said no power during what? Setting up time is productive in this question, but no power during setting up. That is specific word used in the question. If nothing was given in the question, power cost is 16 units into 7 per unit into 100 plus 1900 into 100 plus 1900. But now not 100 plus 1900, because question is very crystal clear saying no power is incurred during what time? No power is incurred during maintenance or setting up. Machine required a chemical solution which is replaced at the end of week. At the end of week, this is very simple. We have 50 weeks, multiply. Estimated cost of maintenance given. Two attendants control the operation together with 5 other identical machine. So the man to machine ratio is 2 people, 6 machine. 2 people and 6 machine. 2 operators control the operation of machine together with 5 other identical machine. What is the use of this? If you are paying 1000 rupees to one worker, his salary will be divided as 1000 into 2 by 6 for single machine into 2 by 6, because 2 people are controlling how many machine? 6 machine. So 1000 into 2 people divided by 6 machine, divided by 6 machine. Their combined weekly wages, insurance, employee contribution is how much? 9000. Now ICA played very smartly here. What student thought is, they thought it is 9000 per worker, but the word used is their combined. Their combined means 2 people together. Their combined is 2 people together, it is 9000 rupees. 2 people together is 9000 rupees. Some students thought it is for one person 9000, so they did 9000 multiplied with 2 and then divided by 6. Divide by 6 is right, but multiply with 2 is wrong. Multiply with 2 is wrong. Or they should have said 9000 per employee. 9000 per employee. Department and general works overhead allocated to this machine. This machine means our machine. Sometimes they will say allocated to the cost center. Allocated to the cost center. Cost center has totally 6 machine. Cost center totally has 6 machine. So whatever you allocate, divide by 6. Whatever you allocate, divide by 6. I've almost explained everything. Tell me what will be the depreciation per annum. Calculate and tell me the depreciation per annum. Point number 1. Calculate depreciation. 10,000 minus 10,000 divided by 10 years, 99,000. Depreciation is 99,000. Calculate electricity cost. What into what? What will be the electricity cost? When I explain 16 units per hour into 1900 hours into 1900 hours into 7 per unit. So this is my electricity cost. 16 into 7 into what? 1900 into 1900. Why we are doing into 1900? Because question has said no power during maintenance and setting up. If problem was silent, I would have done into 2000. I would have done into 2000, because setting up time is productive. Setting up time is, if problem is silent on setting up time, you have to write your assumption. Productive, incur power cost. Non-productive, do not incur power cost. Machine required a special solution. 2000 into how many weeks? It has only 50 weeks in this question. 2000 into 50 weeks. Maintenance directly I write. Tell me what should be the wages cost for the machine. Wages cost for the machine. 9000 into what? 9000 first multiplied with what? 9000 into 50 weeks divided by 6 machine. 9000 into 50 weeks divided by 6 machine. Divided by 6 machine. Not into 2 workers. Not into 2 workers, because the word used is their combined weekly wages, insurance, holiday amount is 9000. They have not used word 9000 per employee. So 9000 into 50 into 1 by 6 into 1 by 6. I get 75,000. General overheads 626. And this is my effective hours. This is my effective hours. That is from 2200. I've removed only the maintenance. If question had said setting up time is unproductive, I would have removed that also. I would have removed that also in the calculation. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? Many a times this area is tested a lot in exam. So when anyway, once I'm done with the chapter, I'll tell you this area alone I would want you to solve a little bit more question, either from the comprehensive revision, comprehensive question bank, or from your ICM internal, but some extra question you have to do on machine hour rate method. Concept is very simple. You'll have three types of time. Understand this. One is called setting up, second is called running, third is called maintenance. Maintenance remove from denominator. Maintenance remove from denominator. Some question will say 2200 and they will say out of which, instead of saying additionally maintenance is 200, additionally maintenance is 200, then no need to subtract because this is additional. You just need to add the setting up time. You just need to add the setting up time. You'll have to read the question properly and then get to the number. Clear? Any doubts on this? Last is on multiple machine hour rate. Let's understand this. USP Limited is the manufacturer of double grip motorcycle tires. In the manufacturing process, it undertakes three different jobs: vulcanizing, brushing and striping. All of these jobs require the use of a special machine and also the aid of a robo. Also the aid of a robo when necessary. Robo is hired from outside. Higher charges for every 6 months. For every 6 months, please read this very carefully because sometimes they may give 6 months and suddenly ask monthly calculation is 2,70,000. Estimate of overheads relating to the machine rent for a quarter, that is given 6 months. This is given for a quarter. Cost of the special machine is 19,20,000. Depreciation is 10%. Now suddenly a per annum. First they gave 6-month expense, they have given a 3-month expense, and there is a per annum expense. Other indirect expenses is 20% of direct wages. 20% of direct wages. Factory manager has informed that in the coming year, total direct wages will be 12 lakh. So 12 lakh into 20% is 2,40,000 for a year. 2,40,000 for a year, because they have given for the coming year wages will be 12 lakh, which will be incurred evenly throughout the year. Evenly throughout the year. During the, okay, now comes the surprise. Data is only for first month. Data is only for first month of operation. During the first month of operation, without the aid of robo and with the aid of robo, you are required to calculate machine hour rate when the robo is used and when the robo is not used. So a machine can do two tasks. Machine can work individually or machine can work with the help of robo. Machine can work with the help of robo. I need a rate separately for machine plus robo and a rate without robo. Rate without robo. Then they're saying what is the machine hour rate for vulcanizing job, for brushing job and for striping job. Now what is this rate is? Vulcanizing robo is 500, without robo is 500, 400 is with robo. The rate, this will be into 10 maybe, or this could be into 50, some rate we will calculate. So 500 into 10 plus 400 into 50 whole divide by 500 plus 40 is the rate for vulcanizing. Whole divide by 500 plus 400. So first I need the rate for robo separately, machine separately, and robo plus machine will have to do the calculation. So robo plus machine will have to do the calculation. This is, the machine is going to do two tasks, one individual working, one with the robo working. Let's calculate. Working note 1, computation of MHR, computation of machine hour rate, particulars, robo special machine. We'll do calculation for only 1 month because all data is for a month. So whatever information they have given, we'll have to convert into month. Robo and special machine. In the end, you may make a mistake. I'll come to that in the end. First is higher charges. Read and tell me what is the higher charges for a month for robo. Higher charges, single month calculation. $2,70,000 divided by 6 months. 2,70,000 divided by 6 months is 45,000. Then rent. Read it and let me know how much for a month and is it for a robo or for the machine. Rent. Rent for the machine is how much? 6,000. Depreciation. Tell me monthly depreciation. Depreciation monthly. How much? 19,20,000 into 10%. 19,20,000 into 10%, you get 1,92,000 divided by 12 months. Divided by 12 months, which is 16,000. Other expenses, 20% of direct wages. Other expenses, 20% of direct wages. 20% of direct wages. Calculate the other expenses per month. How much? 2,40,000 is for a year. 12 lakh into 20%. 2,40,000 is for a year, and you divide that by 12 months. You divide that by 12 months. You get 20,000. Total expenses. $45,000 and $42,000. Number of hours and machine hour rate. Read the question and tell me clearly how many hours is robo working and how many hours is machine working. How many hours robo is working and how many hours is machine working. Number of working hours of robo, add and tell me, and number of working hours of machine. See, right, wrong doesn't matter. I want participation. Robo is how many hours? 400 plus 400 plus 1,200. Machine? No. Machine is how much? It's 3,500. Read the heading. Number of hours the special machine was used. Here also machine is used. Here also machine is used. Both the places machine is used. Number of hours the special machine was used without robo and with robo. Without robo and with robo. Machine is used at both the places. Machine is used at both the places. So number of hours robo is used is 2,000 and this is 3,500. I'll divide and I get the rate. Okay. Now what is the use of these two numbers is, listen. Machine hour rate, if machine only is used, 12 rupees per hour. This is like doing black and white printing. If you do only black and white printing, I'll charge only 12 rupees. When I do color printing, I incur all expenses. On top of cartridge expense will go up. The cartridge expense will go up. MHR, if machine with robo. Machine with robos, you will charge 12 and 22.5. 12 and 22.5. 12 rupees will also be charged and 22.5 rupees will also be charged. Put together it is 34.5 per hour. 34.5 per hour. Same machine, if I am using without robo, I charge only 12 rupees. The same machine, if I use it with the robo, I will charge what? 34.5. Two machine hour rate. One is 12 rupees for only machine and second is 34.5 if you use machine with robo. If you use machine with robo. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Because on the robo I incur extra 22.5. This is like black and white printing and color printing. Black and white cheaper 12 rupees. Color is 12 plus extra 22.5. Any doubts on this? Now next part you need not write. They want a machine hour rate for vulcanizing. Vulcanizing machine hour rate is 500 into 12 rupees. What is 12 rupees? Without robo. Without robo. Plus 400 into 34.5. 400 into 34.5. 500 into 12 rupees plus 400 into, this is the total overheads of vulcanizing. Whole divided by number of hours is 500 plus 400. Whole divided by number of hours is 500 plus 400. What's the rate you get? Sorry? 22, 18 and 34. 22, 18 and 34. What is 22's weighted average of 12 and 34? Weighted average of 12 and 34. I'll repeat again. What we have done here is we have done separate calculation for machine. We have done separate calculation for robo and then added them together. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? There is a variant of this which is slightly different. I have not been able to add it I haven't added it here, which is on setting up an operation, which you'll have to see in my main material. In my main material, you will see a multiple machine hour rate where there is a setting up separate calculation, operation separate calculation, and then you will add them together. You will understand this when you see that question in my main material. I'll quickly tell you what I would want you to do extra, because I'm kind of done with this chapter. Distribution of overheads. I don't expect you to do anything extra on distribution of overheads. As I said in the previous session, one question I wanted you to solve in each of the category. One question you take care along with your ICISM question. That is kind of okay. Overhead absorption calculation. Again, I don't want you to do much. Just do what is there in the material and maybe cover your ICISM question. There is one or two different variants there. Under our over absorption, please solve more questions from my main material. Please solve more questions because of the importance it carries. Solve more question. And why I am telling to solve more question also is it is not going to take more time, because solving an under or over absorption question will not take you more than 5-10 minutes. Even through MCQ also you can do, and same with MHR, same with machine hour rate. I have solved the important ones, but solve extra questions from the main material. What is frequently tested is treatment of under or over absorption MHR in exam, and not the other area. Clear? So with this, our overheads discussion is over. If you look at from the different type of questions which this chapter has, I think we have almost covered everything. It says primary overhead distribution, special attention to power expense. When I was explaining, I explained power expense little bit in detail. Factory supervision is okay. Secondary overhead distribution done. Direct method, step ladder we did. Repeated distribution, simultaneous equation, and trial and error. Step ladder method, how to find sequence we saw. Computation of OAR, it's at 7 bases. Earlier material had 7 bases by ICA. Now they have made it as 6 bases. We have seen cost of the job using OAR. Under or over recovery we have done. Different forms of capacity, I have done theory discussion. Reverse working problem, I think I have not done a problem. There's one problem in my main material. The heading will say reverse working. It will be under or over absorption. Just see that question where you have to form some 2-3 equations and solve it. And machine hour rate, single versus multiple. So all these areas are covered by us. With this, chapter 4 discussion is over. Now, before I move to labor chapter, I'll quickly close a related chapter called as your chapter 9, which is called job costing. Job costing, nothing much is there, not even very important from an exam point of view. If I look at from a marks point of view, chapter 9, very rarely it is tested. Very rarely it has been tested. On an average, I think maybe 1 in 5-6 exam a question comes, but it's a very limited simple discussion. So let me quickly do the discussion on job costing. May not take me more than 15-20 minutes of discussion around this. I'll discuss the concept, and if possible I'll do a problem around it. Now let's first go through the concept part. Okay, now coming to methods of costing, see we have totally 5 different methods, of 5 different chapters are there, but methods are 6-7. In that job costing is used, I'll discuss each of the method as I proceed. So here I'm discussing only job costing. Job costing is used in those industries where I do work according to customer requirement, customized to the user requirement. The user will say, I want you to do XYZ. So what we do is we prepare a job cost sheet. In the job cost sheet, direct material could be given in the question. Direct labor could be given in the question. But they will say factory overheads, please absorb using OAR. Admin overheads, please absorb using OAR. Selling overheads, please absorb using OAR. Your job is to find that OAR and do absorption. Your job is to find the OAR and do the absorption. Some question may give the basis properly. Some question may not give the basis, so you will have to think and write the basis. This is what this chapter is all about. I have done this immediately after overheads because just now we have done OAR, so your understanding would be better. Job costing is used in those industry where work is done according to user requirements. It is non-repetitive in nature. Now I am taking classes for all of you. This is not customized to user requirement. But if one student comes and tells that I want you to take tuition for specific areas, that is customized to the student requirement, I should technically follow concept of job costing to calculate my cost. So it is used in furniture because furniture is normally not standardized. You will do specific requirement for a person. Interior, repairs, car manufacturing. If somebody gives me a specific requirement of a car and I do according to that requirement, that will also be job costing. That will also be job costing. Same format as normal cost sheet. Same format as normal cost sheet with overheads. With overheads being absorbed using what? Some basis. With overheads being absorbed using some basis. Now, what is the basis we normally use? Factory overheads. I'll be using DLH or DW. DLH or DW. First preference is DLH. Second preference is DW. Direct wages. Direct wages. This is if problem is silent. If the problem is silent. Admin overhead relating to production. There are two types of admin overhead. One is relating to production and second is general and administrative overhead. If I have AOH relating to production, my basis will be factory cost. My basis will be factory cost. Rule is very simple. When you prepare your cost sheet, you write direct material, direct labor, direct expense, you get prime cost, you write factory overheads, gross works cost, add opening WIP, less closing WIP, net works cost, and then you write those 5 line items. In the 5 line items, I have AOH relating to production. Above AOH relating to production, immediately I have factory cost. Immediately I have factory cost. We normally try to use the immediately above one. Immediately above one. This is what we normally use, not for everything. I'm talking about only administrative overhead. General and administrative overhead comes after COGS. Comes after COGS. So our basis is COGS or COP. Why COP or COGS? In case there is no opening and closing stock, both are same. No opening and closing stock, both are same. And for selling overhead, I use units sold or COP or COGS. Selling overhead COP or COGS. Same suitable base I'll be using for admin overhead and selling overhead. Now what is the purpose of this? The purpose is this. Material cost 50,000. Labor cost 50,000. So material is 50, labor is 50, prime cost is 1 lakh. Factory overhead is 200% of labor cost. Factory overhead is what? 200% of labor cost. Labor cost is how much? 50,000. So factory overhead is 1 lakh. Factory cost is 2 lakh. OH relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production is what? 20% of factory cost. So add another 40,000. Add another 40,000. That is your COP, COGS or COS. COP, COGS or COS, and profit margin is 20% on sale. So this is 80, profit is 20, cost is 100. This could come for 5 marks in exam if it comes. This could come for 5 marks in exam if at all rarely a question comes from your job costing. Now, is this a separate chapter? No, I could have discussed this question even in the cost sheet chapter. Even in the cost sheet chapter, I could have discussed the same question because I don't see any difference here. There is zero difference between this question and what we did in cost sheet. What we did in cost sheet. Clear? Any doubts on this? So this is the cost sheet format. 3 lakh. 3 lakh is the number. Able to understand this? So I keep adding various items. Question will only give you these two. Balance, you will have to find out an appropriate OAR. You will have to find an appropriate OAR. In this MCQ example, I have given the OAR. In a proper question, they will not give you the OAR. You have to calculate. You will have to calculate the OAR. Now we have two types of loss, normal loss and abnormal loss. Normal loss is something which I anticipate in my process. Normal loss is something which I anticipate in my process, and normal loss is absorbed by the good units. You will learn this in process costing when I do cost per good unit. Normal loss doesn't go to P&L. Only the abnormal loss will go to P&L. Only the abnormal loss will go to P&L. Now what is the use of this lesson? Manufacturing cost is how much? 1 lakh. 8% of the production is spoiled. 8% of the production is spoiled, which means 8,000 is spoiled. 8,000 is spoiled. Against this 8,000, you have a recovery of 2,000. Against this 8,000, you have a recovery of 2,000. Normal spoilage is 2%, which means in this 8,000, 2,000 is normal spoilage, 6,000 is abnormal spoilage. 2,000 is normal spoilage and 6,000 is what? Abnormal spoilage. 8% was this, 2% is normal, 6% is abnormal. In this 8,000, you get a recovery of 1/4. You get a recovery of 1/4. So in this 2,000, you will get a recovery of 500. In the 6,000, you will get a recovery of 1,500. Net normal losses 1,500. Net abnormal losses. This is my loss. Normal loss, I'll tell my customers to pay. Normal loss, I'll tell my customers to pay. Normal loss will be considered as part of our cost. Even when I did under or over absorption, normal under absorption, I said I'll recover it from the next year customer. Abnormal under absorption, I said I cannot recover it from the customer. I'll charge it to costing P&L. So this item will go to costing P&L. This item will go to costing P&L. Your abnormal loss will go to costing P&L. Technically, you will pass an entry like this: bank account debit 2,000. What is bank account debit 2,000? You will get this money by selling that scrap. You will sell the scrap. Normal loss account debit 1,500. Normal loss account debit 1,500, which will go to COGS, and P&L account debit 4,500 to overhead control. To overhead control. 8,000 rupees extra loss has happened. This loss 2,000 I get recovery. 2,000 I get recovery. 6,000 is my net loss. 6,000 is my net loss. In that normal losses 2, abnormal losses 6. 2 is to 6. 2 is to 6. Normal loss customer will pay. Abnormal loss is my permanent loss. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is what this chapter is all about. Very simple concept. I do not have multiple MCQs and all. Even if you see this 3-4 MCQs only is there. Once you cover that, this chapter is over. The job costing part is over. Let's see questions around it. I'll do 1 or 2. I think I have 3 questions. I'll quickly see if I can cover all the 3. Let's go to that area now. Okay. Preparation of job cost sheet, revision of cost based on actual recovery rate. You will understand as I read. A shop floor supervisor of a small factory presented the following cost sheet. Presented the following cost sheet. Material 70 rupees. Wages 18 hours at 2.5. 18 hours at 2.5, 45 rupees. Chargeable expense means direct expense. Chargeable expense means direct expense. Add 33% for expenses. Add 33% for expenses. What does this 33% for expenses mean is, this is the overhead recovered. This is the overhead recovered and 160 is the overall cost. Then some P&L they have given. It is also noted average. Draw up a job cost sheet. Calculate the revised cost. Calculate the revised cost using 2005 actual figures as basis. What is actual figures as basis? Is using actual OAR. Using actual OAR. Please revise the table. Please revise the table. What will get revised is, till this 120 will remain same. Till this 120 will remain same. Overheads earlier was 33% for expenses. Single blanket rate. Single blanket rate. Now what I will do is, material is fine, wages is fine. I need an OAR for department X. I need an OAR for department Y. I need an OAR for department Z. And I need an OAR for selling expenses. I need an overhead absorption rate for department X, department Y, department Z, and selling expenses. What they were doing is single OAR 33%. Single OAR 33%. I said single OAR and all will not work. We will calculate a OAR for department X, OAR for department Y, OAR for department Z, and an OAR for selling expenses, which will replace this 33%, which will replace this 33%. Will the expenses go up or go down? I don't know, because they have told me to revise. Is there any utility of this? Zero use. This will only tell you under or over recovery, because you have already decided this. Because to the customer, I have to tell the rate before I start the work. I cannot tell that my year will get over. After the year gets over, I'll revise my OAR and then tell you the cost. All that is not possible in the practical world. So here we are going to calculate OAR. Now in this question, they have not given the basis. They have not given the basis. So for factory overhead, my basis will be direct labor hours or direct wages. Direct labor hours or direct wages. Admin overhead is not there. If it was there, my basis is COP or COGS. Selling overhead is COP, COGS or units sold. COP, COGS are units sold. So let's do the OAR calculation. Formula is budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. You will have to decide what base is to be used. Once you decide that rate, then in this 120, you will have to add overheads of department X, overheads of department Y, overheads of department Z, and you also need to add overheads, selling overheads. You also need to add selling overheads. Will the cost increase, decrease? I don't know. I'll have to do the calculation. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you tell me what can be the basis for department X, Y, and Z here? What can be the basis for department X, Y, and Z? I would prefer, first preference is direct labor hours, second preference is direct wages. Listen, it says average hourly rate for three department is what? Similar, and in the top they have said the rate is what? 2.5. So I will convert all this 4,000 hours, 10,000 divided by 2.5. 12,000 divided by 2.5 is 4,800, and 8,000 divided by 2.5 is 3,200 hours. So I will calculate OAR per hour. OAR per hour. What will I do with that? I'll multiply that with 8, 6, 4. I'll multiply that with 8, 6 and 4. This is revising the data based on the actual information. Based on the actual information. Let's do right. Working note 1. Computation of OAR. Computation of OAR. Particulars. Department X. Department Y. Department Z. And selling overhead. X, Y, Z and selling overhead. Formula remains the same. Budgeted overhead, suitable base, budgeted suitable base. Point number 4 is OAR. Budgeted overhead, suitable base, budgeted suitable base and OAR. Now coming to the budgeted overheads figure, 5,000. It's not technically budgeted, it's basically actual here because we are doing based on the actual, but I'm not changing the name. 5,000, 9,000, 2,000 is the overhead. 5,000, 9,000, 2,000 is the, anytime OAR is always for the company. OAR is always for the company. So 5,000, 9,000, 2,000 is the overheads of the company. Overheads of the company. 5, 9, 2 and selling overheads is 20,000. Selling overheads is 20,000. Again, this is for the company as a whole. This is for the company as a whole. Now, what base do I use? This is where I gave in the theory that my basis for factory overheads is DLH first preference, DW second preference. Selling overhead first preference, units sold or cost of production. This is my preference which I use. I use this as the preference to calculate my OAR. So DLH DLH, DLH, and COP or COGS. Direct labor hours, direct labor hours, direct labor hours, COP or COGS. The entire costing focuses on those variable versus fixed is one part, and wherever I discuss this overhead part, the OAR is the most important part. The OAR is most. Now, direct labor hours of department X is 10,000 divided by 2.5. 10,000 divided by 2.5, 4,000, 4,800, 3,200, and listen, COP COGS works cost is 2 lakh. Works cost is 2 lakh, which is nothing but after works cost we have those 5 line items which are not there. So COP is also 2 lakh. COGS is also 2 lakh, and selling expenses is 20,000. Selling expenses 20,000. Cost of sales is 2 lakh 20. Cost of sales is 2 lakh 20, and net profit is 30,000. Net profit is 30,000. So next item is 2 lakh. 1.25 per DLH, 1.875 per DLH, 0.625 per DLH, 10% of COP or COGS. Problem is over. I'm not going to do beyond this. Once you get the OAR properly, problem gets over as far as this chapter is concerned. 10% of COP or COGS. Now technically what you had to do is this. Till 120 nothing changes. Factory overheads is whatever rate you calculated, whatever rate you have calculated into the number of hours, 8 hours, 6 hours and 4 hours. Put together we get this. Selling overheads is this. The cost should have been 158. We got the cost as 160. Cost should have been 158. We originally got the cost as 160. A small deviation of 2 rupees is that. That's technically under recovery or over recovery. Under recovery or we recovered 160. So original actual cost is only 158. So there's a over recovery. There is a over recovery of some 1 rupee 87 paise. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's understand one more question. A factory uses job costing. Following data is obtained from its books for the year ended 31st March 2018. Very simple question. Direct material, direct wages, selling and distribution overheads, admin overheads, factory overheads, profit. Prepare a cost sheet. There can't be a simpler question like this. Prepare a cost sheet where you have to give prime cost, cost of production, cost of sales and sales value. So 9 lakh plus 7 lakh 50 is prime cost. 9 lakh plus 7 lakh 50 is prime cost. Do it in the calculator. 9 lakh plus 7 lakh 50, 16 lakh 50 plus factory overheads 4 lakh 50 plus factory overheads 4 lakh 50, 21 lakh. Now admin overheads you will have to take an assumption. Is it relating to production or general and administrative overhead? I'm assuming it to be general and administrative overhead. I'm assuming it to be general and administrative overhead. So you got till 21 lakh, that is factory cost, COP, COGS, add another 4 lakh 20, add another 5 lakh 25, you get cost of sales. 3045 profit and sales. 3045 profit and sales. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is the first requirement of the question. First requirement of the question is to prepare a normal cost sheet. Then comes the second part. In 2018-19, I have received an order. I have received an order. On this order, material cost is 2 lakh 40. Labor cost is 1 lakh 50. Beyond this, you have to absorb everything. What I have to absorb? Factory overheads, admin overheads, and selling overhead. These three items I have to absorb. Factory overheads, admin overheads, and selling overheads. The question says, what should be the price for the job if factory intends to earn the same rate of profit? What is the profit earned last time is 6 lakh 9,000 divide by 30 lakh 45. 6 lakh 9 by 30 lakh 45 is how much? I think it will be 20. 20% on cost, 20% on cost. You can calculate on sales also. You can calculate on sales also. The last year profit is 20% on cost. Now the question says, what should be the price if I want to earn the same rate of profit if selling and distribution overheads have gone up by what? 15%, have gone up by 15%. The factory recovers overheads as a percentage of COP, as a percentage of COP based on the cost rates prevailing in the previous year, based on the cost rates prevailing in the previous year. So the basis is COP, COP. This can't be COP. This can't be COP. Why it can't be COP? Because it is part of COP. It is part of COP. So for factory overheads, either DLH or DW. Either DLH or DW. So for factory overheads, my recovery rate is 4,50,000 divided by 7,50,000. 4,50,000 divided by 7,50,000, which is 60% of direct wages. 60% of direct wages. When I gave on MCQ, I gave you the rate directly. I gave you the rate directly. So here you see 4,50,000 on 7,50,000, 60% of DW, 20% of COP, 25% of COP. You will use this recovery rate for selling overheads alone. After doing the calculation, add 15% extra. Add 15% extra because selling overheads have gone up by what? 15%. Selling overheads have gone up by 15%. So see the calculation here, very simple. That's why I'm not doing this question. These two alone will be given. Everything else 60%, 20%, 25%, everything else is using a OAR. Everything else is using a OAR. And what is the basis we'll use? Factory overheads DLH or DW. Relating to production is factory cost. General and administrative overheads COP or COGS. Selling overhead is COP, COGS or units sold. Mostly same base. Mostly same base will be used for admin and selling overhead. Admin and selling overhead. Clear? Any doubts on this? It's a very simple area. I have 3 questions. 2 I have discussed. Third question you just do it at home. Once you have done with this 3 questions, this chapter is over. I don't expect you to do anything more. ICISM, if you want to open and see, you may not find extra question. 1 or 2 questions could be there. So just cover that. With this chapter gets over. Not very important. 1 in 5 exams or 6 exams, a question will come. But in case it comes, I don't want you to miss out on it. Clear? I'll take a break of 15 minutes and then we start with labor chapter. We'll move to labor chapter after this. Okay, let's now move to chapter 3, which is on labor cost and a small discussion on direct expenses. So when we did cost sheet, we learned that direct material is the first major category of expense. Direct labor is the second category. And everything else, ignoring direct expense, was overheads. Overheads, we have learned it in chapter 4 and 5. Both are done. Material cost, we have analyzed it in chapter 2. Labor cost is where we are going to analyze it in chapter 3. When we did material cost, the focus was not more on accounting it. The focus was more on controlling it through techniques like EOQ, inventory levels. All these techniques were controlling the labor cost. In controlling the material cost. In labor chapter, our main focus is how should I pay the workers, or how do I calculate the wages payable. So the focus shifts here. The focus is not on accounting aspect. We are not going to focus on how do I account my workers cost. Main focus is calculating what should be the payment made to the worker. Now, employee cost is basically the reward paid to the employee of the organization. It can be a monetary benefit. It can be a non-monetary benefit, which I can finally convert into money terms. And I categorize the cost into direct cost and indirect cost. This is just from a theoretical point of view. Now, there are 2 main ways in which you can pay the worker. The first way of paying the worker is on the basis of hours he is working. For example, a person comes to the factory in the morning. He stays in the factory for 8 hours. Whether he is doing work or not work, 8 into 20 rupees, 160 will be paid. 8 into 20 or 30, whatever be the rate, I'll be paying that to the worker. So the first method of paying the worker is hours worked. into rate per hour. This is called time rate system. Hours worked into rate per hour. Very simple method. In this method, what happens is workers may become inefficient. Workers may become inefficient because he is knowing that whether he is working or not working, he is going to get salary or he is going to get the wages. So the wages would be paid to the worker. Whether he is doing any good work or not doing any good work, I am going to give the salary to the worker. That's the first method. The second method is I want to measure his output. So second method is on the basis of units produced. So what we do here is here we calculate units produced and multiply with rate per unit. Hours worked multiply with rate per hour. Units produced multiply with rate per unit. Units produced multiply with rate per unit. So these are the two major methods. Hours worked into rate per hour, units produced into rate per unit. Now there are certain incentive scheme in the piece rate system. What will happen is because I'm paying based on units, worker may be efficient, but quality compromise may happen. Because why the worker may compromise on qualities? If he produces more, he gets more money. So his focus is only on production, whether quality there not there, he's not bothered about it. So his focus is I need to give so many units. So he's continuously just focusing on producing more. He's focusing on producing more. Whether the right quality comes out of it or does not come out of it is never the worry of the worker. So then we have to ensure that I'm able to balance productivity as well as quality, as well as ensure that worker gets a decent money. We have certain reward scheme. Now what is the reward scheme says is basic wages plus bonus. There are three reward scheme which are there, technically two, but two is broken down into three. The formula is basic wages plus bonus. What is basic wages is hours worked into rate per hour. Every organization, most of the places, they will be paying on the basis of hours worked into rate per hour, because labor unions and all will be very powerful. They will tell that at least give us minimum money. That's called basic wages. Then what is bonus? Bonus is I tell you that you have to do a work in 20 hours. You are able to complete it in 15 hours. If you complete in 15 hours, company is very happy because I told you to do it in 20 hours. You completed it in 15 hours. 15 hours into 20 rupees I am going to pay you. But that work could have taken 20 hours and my cost could have been 20 into 20. So first I pay you basic wages 15 into 20. Then I pay you a bonus. Now what is the bonus I'm going to pay is you saved 5 hours for the company. You saved 5 hours for the company. So bonus is hours saved into rate per hour. Hours saved into rate per hour. This will have a percentage. Halsey system says you can pay 50%. Halsey system says you can pay 50%. There's another system called Halsey Ware, which says 30%, which says 30%. And some question Halsey may say I want to pay only 40%, 30%, 20%, 50, 60, 70, whatever percentage Halsey says. Rowan says, no, I don't want to give a percentage, but I'll give a formula. What is the formula he's saying is actual time by standard time. What is actual time by standard time? 15 by 20, which is 75% in this example. 15 by 20 is 75% in this example. So what Rowan is saying is everywhere the formula is same. Basic wages plus bonus. Basic wages, hours worked into rate per hour. Bonus, XX percentage of time saved into rate per hour. What is XX? Halsey Ware is 30, Halsey is 50, and Rowan is 80 by ST. Rowan is 80 by ST. So 30%, 50%, and 80 by ST. 80 by ST. So I have only one formula. Formula is basic wages plus bonus. Basic wages is hours worked into rate per hour. Bonus can be 30%, 50%, or XX%. What is XX? Is 80 by ST, which can be from 5% to even 95. For example, I give you 20 hours. You surprisingly complete it in 1 hour only. Then 1 by 20 is your bonus rate. 1 by 20 is your bonus rate. I don't want the worker to do certain tasks very fast also. For example, if I give you 20 hours, and you complete it in 1 hour, I have doubts on the quality of the work. So my bonus will be only 1 by 20. Bonus will only be 1 by 20. So worker knows that. So he will also not try to do it very fast and all, because if he does it very fast, bonus will be what? 1 divided by 20. If you take 10 hours, then 10 divided by 20. If you take 18 hours, 18 divided by 20. But the time saved number will automatically go down. So if you're taking more time, time saved will be only 2 hours. So 18 by 20 into 2 hours into rate per hour. But if you take 15 hours, 15 by 20 into 5 hours, into 5 hours. Maximum bonus under row 1 will come when you save exactly half time. Exactly save half time. Half time is 10 by 20 into 10. If you save more than half, bonus will only keep going down. Bonus will keep going down despite more time saved. Despite more time saved, mathematically bonus will keep going down. So the worker knows this. If I give you 20 hours to do a task, you will never complete it below 10 hours. You will never complete it below 10, because if you complete it below 10, it means quality compromise has happened. Quality compromise has happened. Now this wage cost which you calculate can also be called as employee cost, employee earnings. In one place there is a difference between employee earning and wage cost, which I'll explain later. But wage cost can otherwise be called as employee cost or employee earnings. Now whatever this employee earnings is there, based on this I can calculate earning per hour. Based on this I can calculate earning per hour. There is something called as rate per hour, which the company is paying. Company is paying 10 rupees. Your earning per hour is 12 rupees because you are getting bonus. You are getting bonus. So earning per hour is different, rate per hour is different. Similarly, I can calculate cost per unit. I can calculate cost per unit. What is cost per unit? Is wage cost or employee earning divided by number of units. If you divide by number of units, you get cost per unit, and if you divide by number of hours, you get earning per hour. This is employee point of view, this is company point of view. Company wants to know cost per unit, employee wants to know earning per hour. Employee wants to know earning per hour. Lot of good examples are there. Now comes the next important item: actual time, standard time, and time saved. Now I gave an example saying that I told you to do a task in 20 hours. Many question will not give this data saying that do a task in 20 hours. You'll have to do that calculation. How we do that calculation is, let's understand. A company expects an employee to produce 5 units per hour. A company expects an employee to produce 5 units per hour. Worker A has produced 400 units in 60 hours. Calculate actual time. Actual time is 60 hours. Actual time is 60 hours. Standard time is what time you should have taken. For that, I have an approach. Standard time is, first we write standard equation. What a standard equation is? The relationship between time and units. In this question, the relationship is 1 hour is equal to 5 units. 1 hour is equal to 5 units. So we write an equation: 1 hour equal to 5 units. Then we say standard time equal to actual output. What is standard time is? Time to be taken for producing actual output. Time to be taken for producing actual output. Standard time means, for example, somebody says a company produces 5 units per hour. Calculate standard time. I cannot calculate. I can calculate standard time only after knowing what did you achieve. What did you achieve? What does the worker achieve? Worker has achieved 400 units. Worker has achieved 400 units. Now I can calculate standard time. Some other worker would have achieved 600 units. Again, I can calculate standard time. Then I'll say question mark equal to 400 units. Time in the left hand side, units in the right hand side, or time in the right hand side, units in the left hand side. That's your wish. So 1 hour equal to 5 units. Question mark equal to 400. Question mark equal to 400. What is the question mark? 80 hours. 80 hours is equal to 400 units. 80 hours is equal to 400 units. So time saved is 20 hours. Time saved is 20 hours. Standard output per hour is 5 units. Standard output per hour is 5 units. Actual output is 50 units. Read this and tell me what is standard time. Tell me the standard time. Write it. 1 hour. Write the standard equation. Write in your notebook. Standard equation. Standard equation. Yeah, answer is 10 hours. Standard equation, 1 hour equal to 5 units. Please write it. Standard equation, 1 hour is equal to 5 units. This calculation, if you are clear, major chunk of the labor chapter will be over. 1 hour is equal to 5 units. Standard time equal to actual output. Standard time equal to actual output. Question mark equal to 50 units. Question mark equal to 50 units. You'll get the answer as 10 hours. 10 hours is equal to 50 units. That's called standard time. That's called standard time. Okay, standard time per unit is 90 seconds plus relaxation allowance of 50% plus relaxation allowance of 50%. Worker has produced 1500 units. Worker has produced 1500 units. What is the standard time? What is the standard time? Again, standard equation. 1 unit equal to 135 seconds. What is 135 seconds? Is 90 second plus extra 50%. Extra 50%. 1 unit, you can write unit in the left hand side, time in the left hand side, that's your wish. 1 unit is equal to what? 135 seconds. 1 unit is equal to 135 seconds. Then AO equal to ST. AO equal to ST. 1500 equal to question mark. 1 equal to 135 seconds. 1500 equal to how many seconds? Sorry? 1 unit is 135 seconds. 1500 units is, sorry? Why 11 point? You have to multiply with 135. You'll have to multiply with 135, friends. 1 unit is 135 seconds. 1500 units multiply with 135. How much? 2 lakh? And divide this by 60, you will get minutes. Further divide by 60, you will get hours. Divide by 60, you will get minutes. Divide further by 60, you will get number of hours, which is 56.25. 56.25. Can you get me answer to this? Standard time 15 minutes. Get me the standard time. Write the equation. Please write the equation. 1 unit equal to or 1 hour equal to whatever is the equation. The standard equation is 1 unit equal to 15 minutes. 1 unit equal to 15 minutes. So my standard equation is 1 unit equal to 15 minutes. AO equal to ST. We have produced 40 units is equal to question mark. 40 units is equal to question mark. So 40 units is equal to 600 minutes. 40 units is equal to 600 minutes, and if we divide by 60, 10 hours. Clear? Any doubts on this? A worker commenced job number 121 at 8 a.m. on September 1st. At 8 a.m. on September 1st, and completed it by 10 a.m. on September 3rd, working 9 hours each day. Till this, can you tell me what is the actual time worked? How many hours has he worked? Read it carefully. Read it carefully. It's not 27. Read it little carefully. When did he start the work? September 1st 9 hours. September 2nd 9 hours. September 3rd will be 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Assuming 8 a.m. is the starting time. Assuming 8 a.m. is the starting time. So number of hours worked is 20. The standard production rate is 50 units per hour. So standard equation is 1 hour equal to 50 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to what is the output produced? 1200 produced, but acceptable is only 1100. Balance I have rejected his work. Balance I have rejected his work. So equal to 1100 units. 1 hour is equal to 50 units. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to 1100. You get 22 hours. You get 22 hours. Always write it in this format. You will surely get answer in exam. You will not make a mistake. Write standard equation. Then write ST equal to AO or AO equal to ST. Question mark equal to this. And that will give you the answer. Any doubts on this? Standard time allowed per unit is 2.5 hours. Standard time allowed per unit is 2.5 hours. The company has employed 25 workers, produced 2200 units in 200 hours. Tell me the standard time first. Tell me the standard time. Do the calculation and tell me the standard time. Write the equation first. 1 unit equal to how many hours, or 1 hour equal to how many units? Write standard equation. ST equal to AO, AO equal to ST. Tell me what is the standard time. So how much? 1 unit is equal to 2.5 hours. 1 unit is equal to 2.5 hours. 1 unit is equal to 2.5 hours. AO equal to ST. AO equal to ST. AO is 2000 equal to question mark. You get 5500. Now listen, hours worked is 200 they've given, but that's not hours work. 200 into 25 people. 200 into 25 people, because you have to pay salary to every employee. You have to pay salary to every employee. We use a concept called man hours. We use a concept called man hours. So 200 into 25 is 5000 and time saved is 500. Time saved is 500. Okay. Now another concept is there, normal rate per unit versus applicable rate per unit. Now what is this concept is? Piece rate system. The formula is units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. So you calculated units produced, rate per unit is 20 rupees. But question may say, no, don't pay 20, pay extra 10%. Pay extra 10%. If question is saying pay extra, then applicable rate per unit is normal rate plus that increase. Normal rate plus that increase. Applicable rate per unit is what? Normal rate per unit plus the increase which the question is giving. The question may give any increase if they wish to. If they are giving an increase, please apply that percentage increase on the rate. Similarly, using the formula, you will calculate the standard time. Standard time comes out to be 100 hours. Question says on the standard time, you give extra 30%, extra 40%. So your standard time can also be inflated. If you inflate the standard time, time saved will increase, bonus will increase. Time saved will increase and bonus will increase. For example, it's like this. Extra 25% time would be considered for computing bonus. Extra 25% time would be considered for computing bonus. Can you first use this and tell me what is the standard time? Please use this and tell me standard time. The equation when you write, it's not necessary it has to be 1 hour or 1 unit. It can be 25 hours is equal to 45 units. 80 hours. The equation is 10 hour equal to 25 units. I don't need 1 hour, 1 unit and all. I can write anything as it is. 10 hours equal to 25 units. ST equal to AO, question mark equal to 200. Question mark equal to 200, you will get 80. On this 80, I'll give extra 25%. On this 80, I'll give extra 25%. So standard time is not 80. Standard time is 100. And your work is 60. So time saved will be 40. Time saved will be 40. I plan to give extra time to the worker. Now, bonus under Halsey scheme is normally 50%. Bonus under Halsey scheme is normally 50%. But there was one question which may say, I want to pay 40%, I want to pay 45%, I want to pay 60%, I want to pay 50%, 55%. If the question gives you something like this, earnings under Halsey system assuring 40%, which means bonus will become 40%. Bonus will become 40% of time saved. Every MCQ is separate one question in my bigger book. It is like one question from different concepts. I'm quickly discussing it. Halsey and Rowan, these two schemes, a lot of reverse working questions will come. When I have a reverse working question, I'll have to assume X, Y, or A, B, and then solve the equation. When I do problem, I'll make you understand. I have given certain MCQs around it. There's no major theory to explain here, but there are reverse working questions which can come in exam. Okay, there's another concept called efficiency. Now, what is efficiency? I want to know how efficient is my worker. An efficiency of more than 100% is highly efficient, less than 100% is inefficient. Now, for example, I tell you that do a work in 20 hours. Do a work in 20 hours. Standard time is 20 hours. You took 15 hours to complete the task. You took 15 hours to complete the task. In this example, without applying formula and all, tell me, are you an efficient person or inefficient in this example? I gave you 20 hours, you took only 15 hours. Efficient. My final answer of efficiency has to be more than 100%. Efficiency has to be more than 100%. How will it be more than 100%? If you divide 20 and so if you use 20 in the numerator and 15 in the denominator. 20 in the numerator and 15 in the denominator. So the formula for efficiency is standard time by actual time. Don't remember the formula, understand the logic. Logic is very simple. I gave you 20 hours. You completed it in 15 hours. My formula should give me an efficiency of more than 100%. Another example, I give you 20. You took 30 hours. You are inefficient. You are inefficient. The formula should give me lesser than 100%. How will it give? 20 divided by 30. 20 divided by 30 and I'll get a number lesser than 100%. Now, ST is calculated with the help of AO. ST is calculated with the help of AO. In my equation, I keep writing ST equal to AO. Similarly, AT can calculate SO. AT can calculate SO. You will write standard equation. 1 unit is equal to 10 hours. Right? You write ST equal to AO. You can also write AT equal to SO. Actual time is equal to standard output. What is standard output? Is output which should have been produced. Output which should have been produced. What is standard time? Time which should have been taken to complete the work. Time which should have been taken to complete the work. Standard time is time which should have been taken. Actual time is time actually taken. Actual output is what work you have done. Standard output is what work you should have done. For example, I wanted to complete, let's assume 10 chapters by today's session. The 10 is called standard output. The 10 is called standard output. I am completing only 8 chapters. So actual output is 8. Standard output is 10. So ST by AT is one formula and AO by SO is another formula. AO, the formula is AO by SO. Why it is other way around? If you do actual work more, than the standard work, it is better. Then it is better. So the formula is standard time by actual time or actual output by standard output. Actual output by standard output. What is the use of this? You'll see here. Budgeted production of product A 4,000. Standard time for product A 5 hours. So 4,000 into 5, I should have taken how many hours? 20,000 hours. 4,000 into 5, I should have taken 20,000 hours. 4,000 units and I wanted you to produce it in 5 hours. I wanted you to produce in 5 hours. Second product, 10,000 units and I wanted to produce it in 1 hour. I wanted you to produce it in 1 hour. So 20 plus 10, you should have taken 30,000 hours. Now this question comes in budgets and budgetary control chapter. You see this question and they tell prepare a manpower budget. So in manpower budget, you have to find out the amount of time. You calculated 30,000. Then comes a surprise. Efficiency is how much? 80%. Efficiency is 80%. Without knowing the formula of efficiency, you will get stuck. I told you to complete it in 30,000 hours, but you are inefficient. You are inefficient, which means you're going to take more than 30,000 hours. So that is where formula will help. Efficiency is equal to standard time by actual time. 80% is equal to 30,000. 80% is equal to 30,000 divided by actual time, and actual time will be 37,500. Actual time will be 37,500. You are ending up taking more time than what is needed. You are ending up taking more time than what is needed. Can you give me answer to this without knowing the formula? This is the example. Standard production, actual production. What is the efficiency? Is it 4 by 3 or 3 by 4? Think and tell me. 3 by 4 or 4 by 3? First tell me, are you an efficient or inefficient in this example? Efficient. I told you to do 4,000 units. You have done only 3,000 units, which means you are inefficient. Inefficient means less than 100. Inefficient means less than 100. So the formula is AO by SO. AO by SO. And the replacement for AO is ST. The replacement for AO is ST, and the replacement for SO is AT. The replacement for SO is AT. Okay, balance concept, I'll come to it later. Let's do few questions now. Okay, let's come to question 1. Measures Zeba Private Limited allotted a standard time of 40 hours for a job. 40 hours for a job, and the rate per hour is 75. The rate per hour is 75. Actual time taken by the worker is 30 hours. You are required to calculate the total earning under the following plans: Halsey, Rowan, time wage rate system, piece rate system. Totally 4 plans have been asked. Only the earnings have been asked. Along with earnings, I can add extra items, like I can tell you to calculate earning per hour, cost per unit. Now in this question, this is directly given. I've allotted a standard time of 40 hours for a job, and the rate per hour is 75. More or less the data is readily available. Let's do Halsey system. Halsey system. Right, please. Halsey system. Basic wages plus bonus. Basic wages plus bonus. Basic wages is hours worked into rate per hour. Bonus is 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour, 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Now hours worked, read the question and tell me what is the hours worked by the worker. 30 hours, rate per hour is 75. 30 into 75 plus 50%. Time saved is 40 minus 30. I gave you 40 hours, you completed it in 30 hours. This 40 calculation is a very important part. Many problem will spend time there only. 40 minus 30 into 75. Into 75. How much? 2625. This is Halsey system. Halsey system, very simple calculation. Then Rowan system, earnings is equal to basic wages. You need not write this basic wages plus bonus and all in exam. This is just for your understanding, so that you quickly understand the formula. Basic wages plus bonus hours worked into rate per hour plus 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. 30 into 75 plus actual time is how much? 30. Standard time is 40. So 30 by 40 is technically 75% in this example. Technically, I'm going to pay a 75% bonus. 30 by 40 into 10 hours into 75. 28 12.5. This is row 1 system. This is row 1 system. Then comes time rate, which is the easiest one. Earnings is equal to hours worked, only the basic wages. Rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. 30 into 75. No bonus, nothing. 30 into 75. No bonus, nothing extra needs to be paid. Just hours worked into rate per hour. 30 into 75, 2250. Clear? Then piece rate system. Now you will get stuck here. Piece rate system is units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Now I see zero information on units produced. I also see zero information on rate per unit in the question. So what I am doing is I am making some assumption. This person allotted me some work, no? That work I assume is 1 unit. That work I assume is 1 unit. Listen, you can take multiple assumption. If I take that assumption, listen, he gave me a work of completing 1 unit. So I have units produced as 1, but I don't know the rate per unit now. I don't know the rate per unit. Original plan is 1 unit is equal to 40 hours. Listen for some time. 1 unit is equal to 40 hours. Then 1 hour is equal to 75 rupees. 1 hour is equal to 75 rupees. Hence, 1 unit, the rate for 1 unit is 40 into 75, 3000. 40 into 75, 3000, which indirectly mean units produced is 1 and rate per unit is 3000 rupees. Rate per unit is 3000 rupees. This is one way. Second way is I assume 1 unit is equal to 1 hour. I assume 1 unit is equal to 1 hour. This is my assumption. This is my assumption. This assumption is also fine. If you take this assumption, what happens is 1 unit is equal to 1 hour. 1 hour is equal to 75. 1 hour is equal to 75. 1 unit is equal to also 75. 1 unit is also equal to 75. Listen for some time. 1 unit is equal to 1 hour. 1 hour is 75 rupees. 1 unit is also 75 rupees. Units produced into rate per unit. Now I go back to this equation. 1 unit is equal to 1 hour and SO, standard output. Standard output is equal to, standard output is equal to, like, sorry, not standard output, ST equal to AO. Let me use the ST equation itself. That is AO equal to ST. AO equal to ST. 1 unit is equal to 1 hour. Actual output is equal to standard time. What is the standard time you have used? 40 hours, which means you have produced. So 40 units into 75 is one answer. 40 units produced, 75 per unit. 75 per unit. Or 1 unit produced and 3000 per unit. 1 unit produced and 3000 per unit. Many times students in exam in this situation, they have multiplied with 30 and closed it. 75 into 30 is what they have taken, which is same as your time rate system. So piece rate, if they don't mention anything, you can assume 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. You can assume 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. Now write. Let us assume piece rate. Let us assume 1 hour equal to 1 unit. Hence, let us assume 1 hour equal to 1 unit. Hence, rate per hour and rate per unit is rupees 75. Rate per hour and rate per unit is rupees 75. Rate per hour and rate per unit is rupees 75. Both are 75. Rate per hour and rate per unit is rupees 75. Standard equation, 1 hour equal to 1 unit. 1 hour equal to 1 unit. 1 hour equal to 1 unit. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. ST is 40 hours equal to question mark, and 40 hours is equal to 40 units. 40 hours is equal to 40 units. So piece rate formula is very simple. Units produced into rate per unit, and we have produced 40 units into 75. 40 units into 75. Units produced into rate per unit. 40 units into 75. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? This is what I said. Let us assume 1 unit takes 1 hour. That's our assumption. You can take any assumption you wish to. If you change the assumption, rate per unit will change and number of units will change. Final answer will be 3000 only. Final answer is going to be 3000. Okay, let's come to question 2. A company is undecided as to what kind of wage scheme should be introduced. Following particulars have been compiled in respect of 3 systems which are under consideration. Actual hours worked in a week, A, B and C, 38 hours, 40 hours and 34 hours. Hourly rate of wages 6, 5 and 7.2. Product P, Q, R, different products have been produced, and standard time allowed per unit of each product is 12, 18 and 30. For the purpose of piece rate, each minute is how much? 10 paise. Each minute is 10 paise. So 12 minutes means 1 rupee 20 paise. 80 piece rate means rate per unit. Piece rate is rate per unit. They have asked guaranteed hourly rate basis, piecework earning but guaranteed at 75%. What is the meaning? I'll explain as we proceed. And premium bonus where it is row 1. Guaranteed hourly rate basis means time rate system. It means time rate system. Quickly close time rate system. Hours worked into rate per hour. Please close time rate system. Quickly calculate the 3 workers. $38 into 6, 40 into 5 and 34 into 7.2. Very simple calculation. You just need to multiply with this. Then piece rate system. Now piece rate system is, right, worker A, piece rate system. He has produced P as well as Q as well as R. P is 21 units into 1 rupee 20 paise. 21 units into 1 rupee 20 paise. Q is 36 units into 1 rupee 80 paise. 1 rupee 80 paise. For the purpose of piece rate, each minute is valued at 10 paise. Each minute is valued at 10 paise. And he is producing worker A 21 units of P, 36 units of Q and 46 units of R. He is producing three products. He is producing three products. So 21 into 1.2 plus 36 into 1.8 and plus 46 into 3. Get me the worker A earnings. Two 28. Then do worker B. He has produced only product R. Worker B only product R. Each minute is 110 paise. So 1.2, 1.8 and 3 rupees. Worker B is 75. Worker C. Worker C. 60 into 1.2, 135 into 1.8. How much? 3-1. Okay. Now listen. There's a wording says piecework but guaranteed at 75% of basic pay if the earnings are less than 50% of basic pay. Now I'll explain what does this mean. 228 in the other piece rate. What is the answer for worker A? Okay, worker B, worker C. Let's ignore worker A, worker C because they are at least getting that minimum amount. See, time rate will give you the minimum amount. Now, what question says is piecework but guaranteed at what? 75% of basic pay. Basic pay is 200. Basic pay is 200. 75% of this is 150. I should give my worker minimum 150 if the earnings are less than what? 50% of basic pay. Now, for example, 200 is this basic pay. You do piece rate system and get 101. Get 101, you will pay 101 only. You get 100, you will pay 100 only. But if you get 99, you will pay 150. If you get 99, you will pay what? 150. The wording is, I am guaranteeing to pay you 75% in case your earnings go below 50%. Normally, the wording should have been guaranteed at 75% and left it, which means minimum 150 I'll give. Minimum 150 I'll give. But the question is very clear. I am guaranteeing it to you, but the guarantee is applicable only when your earnings is what? Less than 50% of the basic pay. Here, basic pay is 200, 50% is 100. You are below that. You are below that. If you are below that, I am going to give you. If you are below that, I am going to give you bonus. I'm going to give you the guaranteed minimum payment. What is the minimum payment? 75% of 200. 75% of 200. So worker B, if he has 101, he'll get 101. But if he has 90, he'll get 150. He'll get 150. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Give me an answer to this. Read it first and then give the answer. What will worker A get? 140 because his earnings is not less than 50% of time wages. Worker B, 150. Worker B will get 150 because his earnings is only 90 rupees. So that will go up to 150. But the 140 guy will stay at 140 only. The 140 guy will stay at 140. So 140 to worker A and 150 to worker B. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts? The guarantee comes into picture moment you go below 50%. This example 200 was the number. The numbers can change. The purpose of these MCQ is very simple. I wanted to test that concept here. You immediately test it here. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. Third is row 1 scheme. For row 1 scheme, first I need standard time. I need standard time and then I need time saved. So let's calculate standard time. Computation of standard time. Computation of standard time. Worker A equal to worker A equal to worker A equal to, see, worker A has produced 3 products. You can write standard equation for every product and finally put a total, or write it as an equation. I'm going to write it as an equation, then I'll show it standard equation. How many units of P has produced? So 21 into 12 minutes. 21 into 12 minutes. He should have taken this time. 21 into 12 minutes. And product Q, 36 into 18 minutes. 46 into 30 minutes. All put together. 2 to minutes are converted into hours. So worker A, no time saved. Earnings under row 1 will be time rate system, only basic wages, only the basic wages. He is not going to get any bonus because there is no time saved. There is no time saved for worker A. You can do the calculation now, but worker A answer is same 228. Answer is same 228 because he has not saved any time. He has not saved any time. So there's no concept of bonus. Worker B equal to, he has produced only product R. He has produced only product R. 25 units into 30 minutes. 750 minutes are number of hours. Worker B has taken 40 hours and he should have taken only 12 and a half hours. No concept of negative bonus. No concept of negative bonus. So worker B also same 40 into 5, 200 rupees. Only the basic wages. Only the basic wages because he has not saved any time. I cannot have a concept of negative time saved. So no time saved, no bonus for worker B as well. Worker B, no bonus. Coming to worker C. First product he has produced 60 units. 60 into 12 minutes plus 135 into 18 minutes. 31 or how many hours? Please calculate bonus for this guy. Let us calculate the row 1. 34 hours he has worked and standard time is 52.5. 34 is what he has worked. Standard time is 52.5. $34 hours worked. Please calculate the earnings. Basic wages plus bonus. 34 into 7.2 plus 34 divided by 52.5 into actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. 34 by 52.5 into time saved is 18.5 into rate per hour. Whatever is the answer, I'm not discussing the answer, but this is the calculation. Any doubts on this? So 2-3 learnings. One is if you have multiple products, I normally present it like this. This could be little more time consuming. That is, you do the equation for every product. You do the equation for every product and ultimately add all the 3 standard time. Ultimately add the 3 standard time. This is one way of answering it. You write the equation for product 1, product 2 and product 3. This is what we have been doing. 1 unit is equal to 12 minutes or 12 minutes is equal to 1 unit. And then you write the first one, second one and third one. Time saved is 0, 0 and 18.5. Instead of doing such detailed calculation, I prefer doing it like this in this question. It depends. If data is simpler to analyze, you do it like this. If data is complex, then write equation for every product. Any doubts on this? So a person may produce more products also. If you're producing 3-4 products, calculate the equation for every product. Any doubts on this? Okay, now comes the Halsey versus Rowan. Standard time for a job is 90 hours. Standard time for a job is 90 hours. The hourly rate of guaranteed wages, this area is frequently tested in exam, okay. Standard time for a job is 90 hours. The hourly rate of guaranteed wages is 50. Because of the saving in time, a person effectively earns 60 under the Rowan system. I am paying only 50 rupees, but is effectively earning how much? 60 rupees under the Rowan premium bonus scheme. The standard time given is 90. For the same time saving, for the same saving in time, calculate the hourly rate of wages under which plan? Halsey premium bonus scheme, assuring how much? So first, whenever I do a question, I need 3-4 data: ST, AT, rate per hour, rate per hour. In this question, ST is 90. I don't know the AT. I don't know the AT. Rate per hour is 50. Earnings per hour is 60. Earnings per hour is 60. So first we have to find out the actual time. We have to find the actual time. Write this: ST 90, AT question mark, RPH 50, EPH is 60. This is under Rowan system. Then I have to shift to Halsey. 90 is the standard time. Actual time I don't know. If I find the actual time, problem is over. Moment I find the actual time, the problem gets over. I'll substitute that actual time in Halsey and get to know what is the earning per hour. Now, Rowan earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour plus AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. ST by AT into time saved into rate per hour. Now, the overall earnings of the worker, I'm assuming the time worked to be A. I'm assuming the time worked to be A. How many hours? I don't know. I'm assuming it to be A. The total earning of the worker is 60A. The total earning of the worker is 60A because he's earning 60 rupees per hour. He's earning 60 rupees per hour and number of hours is A. Number of hours is A. So the total earning is 60A. Hours worked is A into 50. A into 50. 60A is equal to A into 50 plus A by 90. A by 90. A divided by 90. Time saved, is it ST minus AT or AT minus ST? Think and tell me. Time saved is what? Standard time minus actual time or actual time minus standard time? Standard time minus actual time. So 90 minus A into 50 into 50. 50A goes to the other side, it becomes 10A. 50A goes to the other side, it becomes 10A, and I multiply this now. A into 90 into 50. A into 90 into 50. 3 multipliers, then A into minus A into 50. A into minus A into 50. So A into 90 into 50 is 4500A, and A into 50 is minus 50 A square whole divided by 90. Whole divided by 90. A into 90 into 50. A into minus A into 50. 90 goes to the other side. 900A, 4500A, 50a square, net it will be like this, 50a square is equal to a and square got cancelled, a is equal to 72. A square and a got cancelled, and 50a is equal to 3600, a is equal to 72. Beyond this, there's nothing there in the question. And beyond this is just a formality. Beyond it is just a formality. A is equal to 72. I substitute that 72 here, and I get earnings per hour is 55. I get earnings per hour is 55. Important part is I am considering 40% bonus. I am considering 40% bonus. Any doubts on this? A is equal to 72. Clear? Another one variant which comes in exam, where again I have to do Halsey versus row 1. Another variant is this. Two workers A and B produce the same product using the same material. Their normal wage rate is also same. A is paid bonus according to row 1 scheme. B is paid bonus according to Halsey scheme. Time allowed to make the product is 50 hours. Time allowed to make the product is 50 hours, which is standard time. Standard time is 50 hours. A takes 30 hours, B takes 40 hours. A is taking 30 hours and B is taking 40 hours. So standard time is 50. A is taking 30 hours. Time saved is there. B is taking 40 hours. Again, time saved is there. Factory overhead is 5 per hour worked. Factory cost is 3490 and 3600. If I read here, what is missing is this normal wage rate. Wage rate means rate per hour. Rate per hour is missing, and also what is missing is material cost. Also what is missing is material cost. In this question, we have to go with factory cost. What is factory cost? Direct material plus direct labor plus factory overhead. Direct material is X. Direct labor is hours worked into rate per hour. Rate per hour will be Y. Hours worked into rate per hour. Rate per hour will be Y plus either Halsey formula or the row 1 formula plus factory overhead is equal to 3490 for worker A, equal to 3600 for worker B, and you will form two equations. You will form two equations. When you solve those two equations, you will get answer to A and B. A is material cost, B is the normal rate of wages. B is the normal rate of wages. Clear? Any doubts on this? Again, I'm repeating, there are two workers, same material. So material cost is going to be same. Labor cost is not going to be same. Why it is not same? Because one is paid according to row 1, another one is paid according to Halsey. One is taking 30 hours, another guy is taking 40 hours. So 30 hours will have a different cost, 40 hours will have a different cost. Worker A total cost is 3490. Worker B total cost is 3600. Let's start. Let us assume, this is one more variant which keeps coming in exam. Let us assume material cost to be A, to be X, material cost to be X, and rate per hour to be Y. Rate per hour to be Y. Material cost is X and rate per hour is Y. Particulars: worker A, worker B. Worker A and worker B. First is direct material. Direct material. I don't know the direct material cost, so I'm assuming it to be X. Direct material is X. Direct labor has two subparts. One is called basic wages and second is called bonus. Basic wages and bonus. Basic wages and bonus. Please write basic wages and bonus. Now basic wages is A is taking 30 hours. So he will be paid 30 into y. 30 into y. B is working for 40 hours. So B will be paid 40 into y. 30 into y and 40 into y. So 30y, 40y, 30y and 40y. A is getting paid 30 hours into y and B is getting paid 40 hours into y. 30y and 40y. Bonuses worker A is according to row 1 scheme and worker B is according to Halsey scheme. Row 1 scheme is AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour, and this side 0.5, 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved. Time saved is 10 hours, 20 hours. Basic wages and bonus, and then comes the factory overhead. Factory overhead, which the question has said factory overhead is OAR is 5 per hour. OAR is 5 per hour. Number of hours is 30 hours and 40 hours. Number of hours is 30 hours and 40 hours. So 150, 200, and total is X plus 30Y, 12Y, 150 equal to 3490. X plus 30Y plus 12Y plus 150 equal to 3490. Equal to 3490. And similarly X plus 40Y plus 5Y plus 200 is equal to 3600. You solve this, you will get an answer for X and Y. X is the material cost, Y is the normal rate of wages. Solve the equation. Let me know what you get as X and Y. Y is, so normal rate of wages is 20 per hour. X is 2000. So material cost is 2500. That's all. This is another variant which will keep coming in exam. They will ask you to do this computation and find out what is X and what is Y. Clear? The third requirement is prepare a statement comparing the factory cost. This is, you have to repeat the statement without X and Y. Whatever statement we wrote had a X and Y. So what is it repeating the statement? It is like this. 2500, 600, 240, 150, and this side 2500, 800, 100 and 200. This is repeating the statement without having X and Y. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? In Halsey versus Rowan, there's one more variant which I have not added it here. So that would be there in the main book. So Halsey versus Rowan, the main book questions, please see it fully. I think you may have some 4 or 5 questions only. In that, I've already picked 3 4. So other 1 or 2 questions could be there. So this area I want you to see it because frequently tested is Halsey versus Rowan. Now comes a question a case scenario based question where they clubbed last chapter and this chapter. Last chapter part I'll quickly discuss it only, that is EOQ part is there, I'll quickly discuss it. I'm not going to solve it fully, but it's a very good question even on the EOQ side. Labor cost part I'm going to solve it fully. Before I read the question, the requirement is annual requirement of material or annual requirement of material or ordering quantity as per the current policy and proposed EOQ. Net savings on inventory cost. Net savings on inventory cost is comparing those 13 line items starting from annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost. Then incentive under row 1 incentive scheme. That alone is what I can discuss now. In this chapter is only the row 1 incentive scheme and savings in labor cost. Savings in labor cost due to the implementation of the scheme, so the only two requirements related to labor, which is question 4 and question 5. Let's read it from the beginning. Tropic Limited was engaged in the business of manufacturing product P. Product P required 2 units of material R. So input output ratio is 2:1. The company intends to sell 24,000 of P and does not wish to retain any closing stock. It has an opening stock of 4,000. So sales is 24, closing stock 0, opening stock 4,000. Can you tell me what is production? What is production? Production is 20,000. Production is 20,000. Raw material is to be procured after considering an opening stock of 10,000. In the yesterday's session, I did one question where I had sales. From sales, I got production. From production, we got consumption. And from consumption, we got the annual purchase. From consumption, we got the purchase. So my consumption is 20,000 into 2/1. But there's one more important info. The technical team confirms that the yield in the manufacturing is only 80%, which means I will do 20,000 into 2/1, but I'll not get full units. I'll get only 80% units. So if I want 20,000, I have to spend more. So into 1/80%. Basically, there is a 20% wastage. Why is the 20% wastage happening? It says technical team yield is saying how much? 80%. 20,000 into 2/1, 40,000 units will not give you 20,000 units. 40,000 units is not going to give you 20,000 units because 40,000 is equal to 80% of raw material. 40,000 is equal to 80% of raw material. So raw material requirement is consumption is equal to opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. In that, opening stock is given, closing stock is 0. So net my answer is 40,000. So my annual need is 40,000 units. I have to buy 40,000 units. Now, second part is very simple to do. It has given answer like this. The ordering quantity as per the current policy and EOQ. I'm not going to answer the EOQ here. Listen here. It says company procures its annual requirement on a quarterly basis, means 40,000 divided by 4, 10,000 is current purchase. Quarterly basis is 40,000 divided by 4. 40,000 divided by 4. I can do EOQ and all, but 40,000 divided by 4, which means current is 10,000. EOQ has to be 1,000. Because they have not given an option where I have 2 times 10,000. If I had answered 10,000 in option A as well as option B, I would have got stuck. This is what I've been saying. Whenever 2 requirements are asked in the question, and if you can answer 1 requirement and the option is not repeated, that's all. 1 requirement is sufficient. No need to do EOQ here. Assuming you have a time constraint, EOQ is not needed. I'll write EOQ directly 1,000. I'll directly write EOQ as 1,000. Third part is I have to compare that 13 line items. That is annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, material cost and inventory cost. I'm not doing that calculation because we've already spent time there. So if I do that comparison, it's like this. Savings in EOQ is 20,500. Savings in EOQ is 20,500. And carrying cost is, just give me a minute. Okay, in this question, carrying cost is 10 per unit. If they give 10 per unit, I'll directly write 10 per unit. If they had given it as a percentage of purchase price, no, because the price is changing here. You see here, 20 and 19.5. Carrying cost also would have undergone a change if it was a percentage. If it was a percentage. So this is EOQ chapter. Let's ignore the till this requirement. This is a very good question. Starting from sales, we go on in that same order. Only one extra add-on they did is this 1 by 80%. 1 by 80%. If you miss this, the entire solution will go wrong. Now comes the next requirement. The company, all this is related to EOQ, okay? The company appointed T to review the cost of inventory, provide measures for improvement. Okay, the entire para is on inventory. Now comes the labor requirement. Mr. T further reviewed labor costing. Mr. T further reviewed labor costing and identified that employees were paid overtime to ensure timely completion of project. The problem with overtime is whenever overtime is done, we have to pay double salary. So if I'm paying double salary, my cost will go up. Overtime wages comprised of daily wage and 100% and 100%. So extra 100% you have to pay, it become double. It become double. Based on the cost record, it's understood that every month has 180 hours of regular, which is remunerated at 200, and overtime of 20, which is remunerated at 400, which is remunerated at 400. 180 into 200 plus 20 into 400. This is my existing labor cost. This is my existing labor cost. I'm introducing row 1 scheme. When you read it fully, you'll understand. Row 1 scheme may lead to saving in cost, may lead to saving in cost. So as of now, can you tell me what is this 180 into 200 plus 20 into 400? How much? 44,000. Now it says Mr. T suggested that the above time may be considered as standard. So standard time is 200 hours. The above time may be considered as standard. Standard time is, and a scheme of incentive is introduced. He indicated row 1 scheme is introduced and productivity is now how much? So my workers are now actually producing 125 units in 1 hour. Actually producing 125 units in 1 hour. This is a question where standard time is given, but actual time is not directly given. Now what does actual time is? We are producing 20,000 units. How is 20,000? Sales, production, consumption and purchase. 20,000 units, 1 unit, 1 hour you are producing 125 units. 1 hour you are producing 125 units. In 1 hour you are producing 125 units. So 20,000 divided by 125 is how much? So listen, I'll give you some time now. Standard time is 200. Actual time is 160. Standard time is 200. Actual time is 160. Rate per hour is 200. Rate per hour. Why 200? No overtime now and all, because you are below overtime. Rate per hour is 200. Tell me what will be the total wages under row 1 scheme. Total wages under row 1 scheme. Standard time 200. Actual time 160. Rate per hour is 200 rupees. Rate per hour is 200. Wages under row 1 scheme. 38. In that basic wages is how much? And bonus? 6,400 is the answer to part 4 of the question. 6,400 is the answer to part 4 of the question. And savings is 44,000 minus 38,400. 44,000 minus 38,400. 38,400 is the number you have calculated. But unless I do this calculation properly, you will get stuck. You will get stuck. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is including EOQ and the material cost. Both the elements have been added in this question. Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can you proceed? Okay. Now, in my concept, I earlier told earning per hour and cost per unit is same. I've not done problem where I specifically calculate cost per unit at all, but the MCQs will have questions around that. If you do the MCQs, that will kind of take care. One MCQ I'll discuss, which is slightly different, is this. A company follows slab system of paying bonus. Slab system of paying bonus. Following is the bonus payout structure. What is slab system is under income tax. Under income tax, what happens? If my income is 20 lakh rupees, I don't pay 20 lakh into 30% tax rate. First initial, maybe that 5 lakh rupees, there is an exemption. Then 5 lakh to whatever is the limit, whatever your slab rates. According to the slab rate, your tax rate keep changing. So I follow a slab system where for the first 20%, I pay 40% bonus. I pay 40% bonus. Next 40%, I pay 20% bonus. Next 20%, I pay 30% bonus. Balance 20%, I pay 10% bonus. Time allowed to a worker is 100 hours and time saved is, which is huge. He has saved 95 hours. That is, I gave 100 hours to complete a task and he has completed it in 5 hours technically. So 95 hours is time saved. They want us to calculate the bonus payout. This is a customized method. How will it work? For the first 20 hours, 20% of time allowed, 20% of time allowed, my bonus is 20 into 40% into 100 rupees. 20 into 40% into 100 rupees. I have totally saved 95 hours. You have to pay me 95 hours bonus. Not 50%, not 60%. Rate is different. For the first 20 hours saved, I'll pay you 40% bonus. I'll pay 40%. Next 40 hours, I'll pay 20% bonus into 100. 20% bonus into 100. Another 20% of time allowed. Another 20% of time allowed, which is 20 into 30% into 100. And last 20% is 20 hours, but I have saved only 95. In that 95, 20 is written here, 40 is written here, 20 is written here, and leftover is 15 into 10% into 100 into 100. This is the bonus I have to pay. This is called slab system. Assuming instead of slab, it is a flat rate. Flat rate means I come in this band. I'll be directly paid 10% bonus. That's all. I'll be directly paid 10% of 95 hours. 10% of, under income tax, you follow a slab system. So initially you apply different rate, then different rate, then different rate. So slab system, first 20 hours 40%, next 40 hours 20%, next 20 hours 30%, and last 15 hours, 10%. Some person may be only in the first slab. So if you are in the first slab, you will be paid 40% of your time share. If you are in the second slab, first slab pay 40%, second slab pay 20%. Any doubts on this? Okay. Okay, next concept is net earnings versus labor cost. Now, what is this net earnings versus labor cost is? Let's understand this properly. When I initially explained labor cost, I said employee earning is equal to labor cost, which is true. But what happens is every company, when they earn, when an employee is earning a salary, I don't pay him the entire amount. I deduct certain item. I deduct certain item and pay. Whatever you deduct and pay, what employee get is called cash in hand salary or net earnings of the employee. Net earnings of the employee. So net earnings is equal to basic wages, bonus, allowances, overtime, but deduct what? Provident fund, ESI, tax deducted at source, all this you have to subtract and pay to the employee. But what would mean my cost? My cost is, this is my cost, this is my cost, this is my cost, this is my cost. This employee contribution is neither my expense nor my income. It's neither my expense nor my income. But on top of this, I also have to contribute certain things. PF, ESI and pension fund. So my labor cost is equal to the allowances which I pay plus statutory contribution. Your income is equal to whatever you earn minus statutory deduction. What I do, this statutory deduction and this statutory contribution both I club together and deposit with PF authority, ESI authority, income tax. So this money I subtract and money I add, both will go out. Both will go out. So that whatever I'm subtracting is not staying with me. If it had stayed with me, that is my income. So from a company point of view, it's not their income. I subtract and pass it on to government authority. Pass it on to government authority. And from an employee point of view, he will get this PF after he retires. ESI, he'll get a benefit in case some issue happens. TDS is statutory contribution, nothing much can be done. So employee earning, normally employee earning is equal to labor cost. But in case all these deductions and all are mentioned in the question, I have two types of employee earning: gross earning, net earning. What is gross earning? Is till overtime. Till overtime. Net earning is subtract all this item. Net earning is subtract all this item. Clear? Any doubts on this? There's another concept called timekeeping and time booking. It's not there as a big problem and all. Just one concept MCQ I'll discuss. Now, what is timekeeping and time booking is a person came to the factory. He came to the factory at 8 a.m. He is there in the factory till 6 p.m. 6 p.m. minus 8 a.m. whatever time he is there in the factory will be recorded in the timekeeping register. Timekeeping will only tell how many hours an employee is in the factory. Assuming an employee is in the factory for 10 hours. So what is the use of timekeeping? It will give me the number of hours and I'll use it for time rate system. Then I want to know what did I do in the factory. That is called time booking. That is called time booking. In that 10 hours, I'll be paying 1000 rupees to the employee. Now this 1000 rupees I have to recover from the customer. So how will I recover? 10 hours job X, he spent 2 hours. So 2 into 100 is job X cost. 2 into 100 is job X. Second job he spent another 4 hours. Third job he spent and he wasted some time. If he has wasted, that is my loss. If he has wasted, that is my loss. Time booking refers to the recording of time spent by the worker on various job. Recording of the time spent by the worker on various job. If timekeeping is telling me 20 and time booking is telling me 18, the 2 hours is lost. The 2 hours is lost. The idle time is the difference between hours work done, hours booked by an employee. Hours work done, hours booked by an employee. Example, effective working hours per week is 48. Effective working hours per week is 48. Hours lost due to meal break is 4 hours. Hours lost due to meal break is 4 hours. So from 48, 4 hours will obviously get lost. 4 hours will obviously get lost. So I expect my employee to work for 44 hours. Now I get a surprise. The surprise is this guy has spent only 35 hours on different job, which means he has wasted how many hours? 9 hours. This 9 hours is my cost. What is the cost per hour? 1320 divided by 44. 1320 divided by 44. 30 rupees into 9 is my abnormal idle time, which no customer will pay, which no customer is going to pay. See, if I come to take classes here, I'll have to continuously take classes. If I waste full time, then obviously I cannot tell that the academy cannot tell the students that you have to pay more because we have wasted time. Normal loss is okay. I give a break of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, that's okay. But if I waste the entire day, then that is abnormal idle time, which the company has to bear on its own. Assuming I come here and the academy pays me whether I take classes or I don't take classes. So I come and I just waste time. Then that is I will get the money. But from a company point of view, that is their loss because that money cannot be recovered from the customer. Another example. Working days per annum 300, leave permitted 30, normal idle time 100, abnormal idle time 50. How much is effective working hours? Now listen, what you can subtract in effective working hours is only normal idle time. Meal break I'm okay to subtract, but if you are wasting time I cannot subtract. Can you please attempt this and tell me what will be the effective working hours? Do multiplication and all like we did in machine hours calculation. Like we did in machine hours calculation, try it. It's not very difficult. Give it a try. What is the effective working hours? You'll have to be louder. 2,270 days into 8 hours. 270 days into 8 hours minus 100. Minus 100. Don't subtract 50. Don't subtract 50. 50 who has to bear? The company has to bear. See, if you subtract here, no, what happens is if you make it 35, can you tell me what will be the rate per hour? If you make this 35, what will be the rate per hour? So indirectly, if you subtract abnormal idle time, rate per hour will go up, and you will tell customer to pay more, which he will not be ready to do, which he will not be ready to do. So the concept only says normal idle time subtract, no problem. Meal break, lunch break, all that okay. But if you are wasting time, that cannot be subtracted in the calculation. Okay, next concept, I think one of the most important concept is labor turnover. What is labor turnover? Is labor turnover measures the rate of change in the workforce of the company. This is the only area which is focusing on reducing labor cost. Reducing labor cost. Now, what the concept says is, assuming I take a regular batch of classes for you, which goes on for 40 days, let's assume. In 40 days, first 2 days I take, next 2 days some other faculty take, another 2 days some other faculty take, another 2 days some other faculty take. If you keep changing the faculty and take the subject, it will not be effective because you get used to one model of teaching. Now, if I keep changing the faculty and the faculty is also not getting control on the subject, the student is also not getting control on the subject. So in an organization, we would want, if the opening workforce is 100 people, the same 100 should be the closing workforce. In case there is a lot of changes in this, then productivity and other things can get impacted. So that is called measuring the rate of change. Measuring the rate of change. This is also called as attrition rate. This is also called as attrition rate. Attrition rate is number of people who are leaving the company from an organization. Now I will have opening workforce 400. Okay. In this, I subtract something called as separations. What is separation is number of people left are discharged by the company. Number of people who are leaving the company are discharged by the company. Company saying we don't want you, we don't want you. So those people are leaving. I subtract 40. Add replacement. What is replacement? Is some new person is coming into the company in place of somebody who's left. When did he leave? This year or last year, I don't know, whichever year he left. A person has left the company. In place of that person, a new person is coming. In place of that person, a new person is coming. That's technically called replacement. That's technically called replacement. Let's assume it is 60. How can replacement be more than separation? It can be in case separation happened in the last year. Separation happened in the last year. Then I have another term called as new recruitment. What is new recruitment? Is recruitment for some new work which the company is going to do. For example, in this academy, 2 faculties have left the academy. In place of 2, I bring one more person only. If this person who's come in is called as replacement. 2 people who left is called separation. On top of it, suddenly the academy said, we are going to take ACCA classes, where I have to recruit new faculty, because we were not taking ACCA classes earlier. This new faculty is called new recruitment. This new faculty is called new recruitment, which is, let's assume, 20. And I'll get closing workforce. I'll get closing workforce. Every problem we will do this first. Opening, less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, and I get closing workforce, which in this example is 440 and average is 420. Now, labor turnover is very simple. We have a method called separation method. Separation method is number of separation by average workforce. We have a method called replacement method. Number of replacement by average workforce. We have a new recruitment method. Number of new recruitment by average workforce. We have a method called accession, ACCESS, accession method, which is replacement plus new recruitment. Accession means whoever is coming into the company, So accession method is replacement plus new recruitment divided by average workforce, and last method is flux method, where you add all the 3. So replacement by average workforce, new recruitment by average workforce, accession, replacement plus new recruitment, and flux method is separation plus replacement plus new recruitment by average workforce. Separation means people who are leaving the company. Replacement means new people who are coming in place of whoever is leaving the company, and new recruitment is brought for expansion purpose or other job. Now some question will give data for a quarter. You will apply the formula into 100. That answer is called labor turnover for a quarter. Labor turnover for a quarter. If you want annual turnover, whatever you got, into 4 by 1. Why 4 by 1? 4 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. If you do it for a month, into 12 by 1. Into 12 by 1. Whatever answer you got is for a month. If you want it for a year, you have to do into 12 by 1. So assume one question you got answer for 25 days. The data was for 25 days. Whatever answer you got is for 25 days. Annual rate is into 365 by 25. Into 365 by 25. Average workforce is 1000. Average workforce is 1000. Separation is 100. Replacement is 50. New recruitment is 150. What is closing workforce? Now every question I said I'll write opening workforce. Do you have the opening workforce in this example? Opening workforce is A. Opening workforce is A. Minus how many separation? Replacement. New recruitment. Can you add this and tell me what will be closing? A plus or minus? In the end, what is the total? A plus 100. A plus 100. That is opening plus closing divided by 2 is 1000. Opening plus closing divided by 2 is 1000. This will give you answer to A, which is opening workforce. Closing is A plus 100. Closing is A plus 100. This is the usual question we will do, where we have to write every question. I will always write it like this only. Opening workforce, less separation, replacement, new recruitment, closing. Average opening workforce is 950. Closing is 1050. Closing is 1050. Any doubts on this? Number of separation in a quarter is 20. Number of separations in a quarter is 20. Equivalent annual turnover rate under separation method is 20%. What is the average workforce? Now listen. Separation method is equal to number of separation by average workforce. Number of separation by average workforce. Number of separation is 20. Divide by average workforce. Listen, what is given is 20% is for a year. 20% is for a year. So for a quarter it would have been 5%. For a quarter it would have been 5%. 20% is for a year. For a quarter it would have been 5%. Normally from quarter I convert into year. In this MCQ I wanted to test the reverse. So AWF is equal to 20 by 5%. 20 by 5%. We get the answer as 400. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now, this labor turnover ideally an organization should avoid. Why it should avoid? Because of this item called cost of labor turnover. What is cost of labor turnover? Some selection cost I'll incur, recruitment cost, training cost, and one rare scenario there can be an opportunity cost also. What is opportunity cost? Is because labor turnover happened, employees were not there. If employees are not there, production is not there. If production is not there, sales is not happening and I'm losing on profit. Sales is not there and I'm losing on profit. I'll do a problem on this in some time. And last concept is overtime. The concept of overtime is according to the Factories Act. According to the Factories Act, there's a definition for overtime. What is the definition? Says if you work for more than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week, more than 9 hours a day, assuming Monday you do 9, Tuesday you do 9, Wednesday you do 9, Thursday you do 9, Friday you do 9, and Saturday you do 3. No overtime. No overtime. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9 and 3. But another person did 10 on the first day. Second day he did 8. Third day again he did 10. Fourth day he did 8. Fifth day he did 10. And the last day he did 3. He's also working for 48 hours. But he's exceeding that 9 limit. He's exceeding the limit of 9. He will have overtime. According to the act, overtime is to be paid at double the rate. Overtime is to be paid at the double the rate. Overtime is to be paid. This is if problem is silent. Overtime means working beyond normal working hours will be higher than the normal rate, and usually what? Double the normal rate. Overtime as per definition is more than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week. Now there are certain adjustments which you have to do. Treatment of overtime. Now this overtime can happen because of normal reason, abnormal reason. If it's happening, so for example, we were not able to complete this batch and suddenly academy says you have to spend more time. So I'm spending more time on this batch, it's becoming overtime. They're paying me salary for that extra overtime, extra money. This money I cannot recover from the customer because it's abnormal reason. It is because of abnormal reason. So if it's due to reasons like rain, flood, it should be charged to costing P&L. This is abnormal reason. Abnormal reason will go to what? Costing P&L. But one reason can be, as a customer you come and say please do overtime. As a customer you are coming and telling me please do overtime. If a customer tells me to do overtime, I will do that overtime and recover the money from you. Recover the money from you. There are slight adjustment in the treatment. That extra what I pay is called as labor cost. The extra what I pay is called as labor cost. If the customer is coming and asking, customer is not asking, but generally there are a lot of urgent orders which are coming. Extra, that extra is the double which I pay, not the base. The extra which I pay, that is called overtime premium, but the name for that is production overhead. The name for that is, understand the difference. The name for that is production overhead. In the other scenario, the name for that is labor cost. How does this make a difference? Prime cost will be different in two scenario. Prime cost will be different in two scenario. If prime cost is different, when you do job costing, your OAR, if you apply, answers can undergo change. So if you are coming and asking me to do overtime, whatever extra I pay is part of labor cost. If it's due to some sudden or urgent order, extra which I pay is part of production overhead. If it's due to mistake of my some department, if it's due to mistake of my planning department or something, customer will not pay, that department has to pay. When I say that department has to pay, indirectly it will go to costing P&L. Indirectly it will go to costing P&L. So any mistake, abnormal reason indirectly goes to costing P&L. Customer comes and asks, part of labor cost. Customer comes and asks, part of labor cost. Some sudden or urgent order has come, part of production overhead. This is the most important part. Overtime is done regularly as a policy. Overtime is done regularly as a policy. Now, what is the use of regularly as a policy is, if I'm doing regularly as a policy, my calculation will be like this. Just give me a minute. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, this is the situation where if you do normal working hours, that is if you do overtime beyond normal working hours, I'll be paying 175%, and if you work on Sundays and holiday, I'll be paying 225%. Last year data, normal time is 1 lakh hours. This will be paid at the rate of 10 rupees. Then there is overtime beyond normal working hour where I have to pay 175%. In this example, where I have to pay 175%, this is into 17.5. And Sundays you have to pay 22.5. Sundays you have to pay 22.5. Multiply all this, put a total and divide by 125. Can you please do this until 1 lakh into 10, 20,000 into 17.5, 5,000 into 22.5 and divide by 1 lakh 25. After dividing, what do you get? 11 point. Okay, now listen. There is a job Z which the company is doing. On job Z, I did 1000 normal time. 100 overtime, Sundays 25, where overtime is worked regularly. If you do overtime regularly as a policy, very simple. I don't want to know 1125. I will directly take 1125 and charge at the rate of 11.7. My labor cost itself will be what? 1125 into 11.70. 1125 into 11.70. Whether you do overtime, don't do overtime on that job, I'm not bothered. If it is done irregularly to meet the requirements of the production, some sudden urgent order came, 1125 into 10 rupees is labor cost. 1125 into 10 is this extra you pay on this 125, no, that is called production overhead. Extra you pay is called production overhead. So you see here, in the first situation, my labor cost is 13,162. In the second situation, my cost is 11,250 labor, and that extra 1,062.5 is called overtime premium or production overhead, and the amount itself is different. 11,250 plus 1,062 will not match this 13,162. Will not match this 13,162. I'll repeat again. If you do it as a regular policy, you calculate average inflated wage rate. You calculate average inflated wage rate and charge that 11.70 into the overall hours. I am not bothered whether you are doing normal time, overtime, Sunday working, least bother. Directly I will charge 11.70. In the other situation, so charge at average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate is normal time into normal hours plus overtime into over hours plus overtime into over hours divided by total hours. Clear? Any doubts on this? I'll repeat this again. If you do it as a policy, inflated wage rate, it is part of labor cost. If some abnormal thing has happened, charge it to costing P&L. Some department has done a mistake, charge it to that department and to costing P&L. If it is done due to some sudden order, that extra part treated as production overhead. And if it's done due to the request of the customer, extra part is also part of labor cost. Extra part is also part of labor cost. With this, I think all the concepts are over. Direct expenses I'm not discussing. Direct expense, we always have a confusion between direct expense and production overhead. That is a factory overhead that we have already discussed in the cost sheet chapter. So all concepts are over. I'll take a 15 minutes break and then do the questions around this. We'll take a break now. Okay, let's guys, let's quickly discuss. Friends, please. Let's quickly discuss the questions which are there in labor chapter, and then I'll let you know what needs to be done with every segment of this. So we are yet to do two segments or three segments. One is on computation of earnings, second is labor turnover, and third is overtime analysis. Discussion has happened. Let's do questions now. Annual cost of employee. Following data have been extracted from the books of Measures ABC Private Limited. Salary each employee per month, bonus, contribution to PF or ESI, total cost of employee welfare activity, total leave permitted during the year, number of employees, normal idle time, abnormal idle time, working days per annum. You are required to calculate annual cost of each employee. Only the cost has been asked, nothing from a employee earning point of view. You will see next question, employee earning. Employee cost per hour and cost of abnormal idle time per employee. Now, what is annual cost of each employee? I will have to consider all these costs: salary, bonus, statutory contribution, employee welfare activity, add up all the cost. That will give me annual cost of each employee. Divide that by effective working hours. What is effective working hours? Is you will have to subtract only the normal idle time and maybe the leave permitted and get to know something called as effective working hours per employee, employee cost per hour. That cost into 50 hours is the cost of abnormal idle time. That is the cost of abnormal idle time which the company is getting wasted. Let's start. Working note 1. Computation of annual cost. Annual cost of each employee. Particulars calculation amount. Annual cost of each employee. First is salary. Each employee per month they have given. So per month I'll multiply with 12, 30,000 into 12. Salary 3,60,000. Bonus is 25% of salary. PF contribution is 15% of salary. So bonus 25% into 360, 90,000, and PF and ESI contribution 15% into 3,60,000, 54,000. 15% into 3,60,000, 54,000. Then employee welfare activities 661,500. This is for all employees put together. I am doing calculation for one employee. How many employees are there? How many employees are there? 175. Number of employees is 175. So employee welfare 661,500 by 175. 3780. Annual cost of each employee. $5,07,780. Annual cost of each employee is 507,780. Now, in this annual cost, I'll have to divide by number of working hours per employee. Number of working hours per employee. Working days per annum is 310 days. In this 310 days, there is a leave permitted of 30 days. So, right, effective working hours is equal to 280 days into 8. 280 days into 8 minus, you will subtract normal idle time. You will subtract the normal idle time. Abnormal idle time is to be ignored. Abnormal idle time should not be subtracted because that will reduce the denominator and that will pull down the cost per, that will increase the cost per hour. So 280 into 8 minus 70. 2170. 2170 is the effective working hours. 2170 is effective working hours, and employee cost per hour is equal to 5,07,780 divided by 2170. 5,07,780 divided by 2170. 234. This into 50 hours is cost of abnormal idle time. This into, that is for every employee I'm losing so much, because when power failure happens, all employees will not be working. So cost of abnormal idle time is 234 into 50. This is the loss as a company. We are going to have 234 into 50. 11,700 is the loss due to abnormal idle time. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay, now comes the question where I'll be doing that net earnings and labor cost. Archika Tire Manufacturing Private Limited has 4 workers, Ram, Shyam, Mohan and Kundan, who are paid wages on the basis of 100 per day, 120 per day, 130 per day and 2,500 per month. So 3 workers daily calculation, 1 worker is monthly calculation. Standard working days in a week are 6 of 8 hours per day. 6 of 8 hours per day. For the month of October 22, there was only one holiday. There was only one holiday other than Sunday, for which no payment was made to employees except Kundan, who was paid for full month. Sundays are paid holiday. I'll read again. For the month of October 22, October has 31 days. In that, there was one holiday other than Sunday. For that holiday, no payment is made. For that holiday, no payment is made except for which person? Kundan. Kundan anyway we are paying monthly basis, so they don't want to bring this daily calculation there. And Sundays are considered paid holiday. So every worker will be paid for 30 days. Every worker is going to be paid for 30 days. Provident fund contribution is 8% by employer and employee. ESI contribution is 5% by employer, 4% by employee. First is net wages receivable. Net wages receivable. Net wages receivable is 30 days salary minus employee contribution to PF minus employee contribution to ESI. Provident fund to be deposited by the employer, employee contribution to PF, employee contribution to PF plus employer contribution to PF. Both I have to deposit to the government. ESI same thing, employee contribution to ESI, employer contribution. So what I'll do first part and then do fourth part, then come to second and third. Fourth part is what? Labor cost. What is labor cost? The amount I'm paying, the 30 days, and on top of that employer contribution is my cost, and to PF and ESI. Employer contribution I'll take it from this place, employee I'll take it from that place and club them together and pay it here. And they're saying material cost is 20,000. Labor cost you calculate in part 4. Overheads is equal to labor cost. Overheads is equal to labor cost, which means OAR. OAR is 100% of labor cost. OAR is 100% of labor cost. What is the total cost for the month? Clear? So I have 4 workers. Ram will be paid for 30 days. 31 is the normal days. In that one day I'm removing one day, which is a statutory holiday. So Ram, Shyam and Mohan would be paid for 30 days. Kundan will be paid for whole month. Let's start. Working note 1. Computation of net wages receivable. Net wages receivable. Particulars: Ram, Shyam, Mohan and Kundan. Net wages receivable. Net wages receivable, 4 people. 100 per day, 120 per day, 130 per day and 2,500. So basic wages 100 into 30 days 3,000, 120 into 30 days, 130 into 30 days and 2,500. This is the basic wages you will get: 3,000, 3600, 3900 and 25. Now from this basic wages, the question is saying for the month of October, that holiday and all is provident fund is 8% by employee. Employer I'll see later. 8% by employee, and ESI is 4% by employee. ESI is 4% by employee. So subtract 8%, subtract 4%, less employee PF contribution 8%, less employee ESI contribution 4%, 8% and 4%. And 4%. This will give net wages receivable by the employee. The employee will get this amount after these deductions which are needed. Net wages receivable. Net wages receivable. %8 is employee contribution and 4% is also employee contribution. Clear? Then comes the next part, computation of labor cost. Normally both has to be same. In this, basic wages will be same. Basic wages will be same. Basic wages is going to remain same. For labor cost, I'll add back statutory contribution. There I deducted statutory deduction, and here I'm going to add back statutory contribution. Employer contribution is 8% for PF and 5% for ESI contribution is 5% by employer. Employer will do 5%. So add employer PF contribution 8%, add employer ESI contribution 5% and total labor cost 8% and 5%. PF contribution is 8, ESI is 5%. Finally, total labor cost is 14,690. 4 workers put together. Total labor cost is 14,690. Four workers put together. Total labor cost 14,690. I have to add back statutory contribution, there deduct statutory deduction. Now listen, what will happen from my side is, I'll be paying, listen this, any doubts till this? I put a total here, you need not write this, but I could have created this total column earlier itself. Listen, from an employee point of view, what will happen is, company says my cost is 14,690. In this 14,690, I'll give worker 11,440. I'll be giving the worker 11,440. What will happen to balance? 1,040 plus 1,040, I will give it to PF authorities. 1,040 plus 1,040, I'll deposit with PF. 520 plus 650. 520 plus 650, I will deposit with ESI. Check the total of these three, you should get 14,690. You should get 14,690. 11,440 I give it to my employees. 2,080 I deposit with PF authorities. I deposit with PF authority, which includes employer 1,040, employee 1,040, and with ESI I deposit 1170, which includes my 650 and employees 520. So my cost is all the three put together. There are different ways of looking at the cost. Along with this, there can be one more item called as amount deposited with income tax, which is tax deducted at source. If there's a TDS deducted, that can also come. Any doubts on this? So we are kind of done. PF deposited is 2,080, 1170. What is the cost for the month? 20,000 is material. Labor is 14,690. Overheads is also 14,690. Overheads is also 14,690. Both will be same 14,690. Clear? Any doubts on this? Because the question says overheads are charged equal to labor cost. So we are paying to the workers. All put together 14,690 is what overall going from my pocket. That 14,690 has a breakup. The breakup is, I broadly broke it down into 3. 11,440 I give it to my workers. 2,080 I deposit with PF authority. 1170 I deposit with ESI authorities. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay, now comes questions on labor turnover. Let's look at this question. PQR Limited has replaced 72 workers during the quarter. 72 workers during the quarter. Labor rates for the quarter. Good part, every data is for quarter. In case there is any inaccuracy, I'll have to adjust it. Flux method 16%. What is flux method? Is separation plus replacement plus new recruitment. Separation plus replacement plus new recruitment. Replacement method is only replacement. Separation method is only separation. They have given number of workers replaced. Number of workers replaced. You are required to ascertain average number of workers left and discharged, recruited and joined, equivalent employee turnover rates for the year, opening and closing workforce. This is a comprehensive question which will kind of cover everything. Now in this question, see, this is one way. The other way is they may give all the numbers and tell you to direct. This is reverse working question. This is a reverse working question where they may directly give you the number and you'll have to directly apply it. Now coming to this requirement, they have given 3 methods and I know the number of people replaced. Now write working note 1, computation of average workforce. Computation of average workforce replacement method is equal to number of replacement by average workforce. Number of replacement by average workforce. Whenever you do reverse working, don't write into 100 because this side we write percentage. If you write into 100, answer will go wrong. Number of replacement by average workforce. What is the answer for replacement method? 8% is equal to 72 by AWF. Average workforce is 900. The average workforce is 900. Next is number of workers left and discharged. What do you mean by left and discharged? What is the meaning for left and discharged? Separation. So we'll use the formula of separation method. We'll use the formula of separation method. Any doubts on 900? Next, separation method is equal to number of separation by average workforce. Number of separation by average workforce. 5% is equal to number of separation by 900. 45, which is the second requirement. Number of workers left and discharged. Number of workers left and discharged. Recruited and joined means replacement plus new recruitment. Both put together. Replacement plus new recruitment. For which I know the replacement, I know the separation, I don't know the new recruitment. So I'll use the flux method now. I'll use the flux method. So write flux method equal to separation, replacement, new recruitment by average workforce. Separation, replacement, new recruitment by average workforce. Flux method answer is 16%. Separation we got 45, replacement 72, new recruitment is balancing figure. 45, 72 and new recruitment is balancing figure. Yeah. New recruitment is 27. New recruitment is 27. 45 separation we got it. 72 was given in the question. 72 was given in the question. New recruitment balancing figure is 27. Now, how do I calculate recruited and joined this? Replacement 72, new recruitment 27, 99. 72 plus 27. Recruited and joined means both the set of people. That is your new recruitment. The technical name for this is accession. 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 Number of accession. Now this data is given for a quarter. Equivalent annual rate is into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1. If you do into 4 by 1, you will get the annual rates, because what is given in the question is the quarterly rate. What is given in the question is quarterly. I'll just do into 4 by 1. I'll get the annual rates. Any doubts on this? Apart from this, the question has not mentioned, but I can even do the other two methods. Totally 5 methods are there. One is separation, replacement, new recruitment. What is new recruitment? 27 divided by average workforce. Accession, new recruitment plus the replacement divided by average workforce, and flux method is all the three total. Let's do now opening and closing workforce. Now write reconciliation. Reconciliation of workforce. Reconciliation of workforce. Opening workforce A. Opening workforce is A minus separation 45. Separation 45. New recruitment 27. Replacement 72. Tell me what is the closing total? Closing total. Minus 45 plus 27 plus 72. A plus this plus this divide by 2 is 900. Let me know what is A. Opening workforce A is equal to how much? No. Please check the calculation. You have to divide by 2. A plus 54 by 2 is equal to 900. Is equal to 900. A is equal to how much you said? 873. Closing workforce A plus 873 and 927. Opening is 873. Closing is 927. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, quickly do this question. I'll wait for some 5-6 minutes. You please get me the answer. This is straightforward, simple question. Before you start any question, listen. Start with reconciliation of workforce. What is reconciliation? Opening less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, closing, and write the average, and then apply all the 5 formula. I'll wait for 6-7 minutes. Okay, I'll quickly discuss the answer. Your opening workforce is 450 in this case. That's the number we are starting with. Number of separation is 5 and 20, 20, 5. Replacement is 15 and new recruitment is 60. New recruitment is 60. Closing is 500. Average is 475. Separation 25 by 475. Separation method is 25 divided by 475. Replacement method is 15 divided by 475. New recruitment method is 60 divided by 475. Accession method is 15 plus 60. 15 plus 60 divided by 475. And flux method is 25 plus 15 plus 60 whole divided by 475. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now let's see a question on cost of employee turnover. This is an MCQ based question. Board of J Limited has been appraised by the general manager that the attrition rate in the company has increased. Following facts has been presented by the GM HR. Attrition rate is basically the employee turnover rates have gone up. Training period of the new recruit is 50,000 hours. During this period, their productivity is only, which means of the 50,000 hours, 30,000 hours I'm getting output. 20,000 hours are getting wasted. 20,000 hours are getting wasted, and each unit takes 10 hours. Each unit is taking 10 hours. So basically, people have wasted 20,000 hours. Indirectly, it could have produced me 2,000 units. Indirectly, it could have produced me 2,000 units, which is wasted by the company. Then 20% of the output output during the training period was defective. Second thing is whatever these guys are producing, in that 20% of the output is defective, on which I have to incur a rectification cost, on which I have to incur a rectification cost. Potential hours lost due to delay in recruitment, hours lost due to delay in recruitment. If I am losing hours due to delay in recruitment, again that is going to cost me money, again that is going to cost me money. I wasted how many hours? 1 lakh hours. Then selling price per unit is 180, PV ratio is 20%, which means I earn 36 per unit. The contribution I'm earning is 36 per unit. So 1 unit I lose 36 rupees. 1 unit I lose 36 rupees. Settlement cost, people are leaving the organization, this is directly impacting me, 183. Then recruitment cost I have to incur, training cost I have to incur. These three directly I'll have to incur, and one more cost which I indirectly incur is opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? Is people are not working properly. When they are not working properly, I lose output. And second, there is a delay in recruitment. There is a delay in recruitment. In case there is a delay in recruitment, again I'm going to have a cost associated with this. Let's write working. We'll see the requirements later. Cost of labor turnover. Computation of cost of labor turnover. Labor turnover. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Cost of labor turnover. Now the question is saying, first is training period for the new recruit is 50,000 hours. In this 50,000 hours, 60% is okay, which is 30,000 hours. 20% is not, 40% is not okay, which is wastage of time. Every unit you waste, you are losing 36 rupees. You are losing 36 rupees because selling price is 180 and PV ratio is 20%. So I could have earned 36 rupees every unit. I could have earned 36 rupees every unit. So first item is loss in production due to training. Loss in production due to training. 50,000 into 40% time. 50,000 into 40%. 60% they are okay. 40% they are wasting time. Divided by 10 hours per unit into 36 per unit. 10 hours per unit. Basically, I'm losing 2,000 units. I'm losing 2,000 units because people were not the training people, the new people whom I brought in, these people are not fully efficient. They are not fully efficient. That is leading to a loss of 2,000 units into 36 rupees, which is 72,000. Second is, in this balance 60% rejection, the question says, next is defective rectification, which is same 50,000 into 60% divide by 10 hours. This is the defective production. The defective production is 50,000 into 60% divided by 10 hours, 3,000 units. In this 3,000 units, 20% is defective. In this 3,000 units, 20% is defective, and on that I have to incur how much? 25 per unit. On that I have to incur 25 per unit. So into 20% into 25 per unit into 20%. Only 20% is defective. On that I have to incur 25 per unit. Just give me 15,000 rupees. Clear? Any doubts on this? Then the next requirement is, I have not been able to recruit people on time. I've lost how many hours? 1 lakh hours. 1 lakh hours means 1 lakh divided by 10, 10,000 units wasted. 10,000 units wasted. If you had recruited people, they would have started working. If they had started working, they would have done production. and this production would have given us extra profit, Next, R's opportunity cost due to delay in recruitment, 1 lakh hours divide by 10 into 36 per unit. 1 lakh hours divided by 10 into 36 per unit. 10,000 units into 36. This is a big loss for us. 3,60,000. 1 lakh hours divided by 10 into 36 per unit. Then they have said settlement cost, all this is direct copy paste. Settlement cost is 183,480. Recruitment cost is 156,340 and training cost is 113,180. All these costs I'm incurring because workers are not staying in the company. If workers had stayed with the company, we wouldn't have incurred this extra cost. This entire extra cost is coming because workers are leaving the company. Because they are leaving, we are incurring this extra cost. Objective is to somehow save this. So total cost of labor turnover are technically impact on profit. My profit has gone down because of these reasons. 9 lakh rupees I'm losing. 9 lakh rupees I'm losing because people are not recruited on time. Training people are not working properly. Training cost I'm incurring. Settlement cost I'm incurring. All these costs overall having an effect of 9 lakh rupees. Now let's look at the MCQ. How much quantity of output is lost due to labor turnover? Output lost is 1. I've lost 2,000 units here. I've lost 2,000 units here. 50,000 into 40% divided by 10. 50,000 into 40% divided by 10. And I've lost another 10,000 units here. Another 10,000, which is 1 lakh divided by 10. 1 lakh divided by 10. So put together, we have lost how many units? 12,000 units. 12,000 units. What is the loss in contribution? First item 72,000 and third item 3,60,000. This is the loss in contribution or opportunity cost. First item 72,000, third item is 3,60,000. Put together we have a loss of 4,32,000. Cost of repairing defective items is 15,000. Profit lost by the company 9 lakh. Profit lost by the company is 9 lakh. Lost due to inexperience of the new worker. Specifically, new worker loss was 2,000 units. Loss was 2,000 units. Here we wrote that 2,000 units, here 10,000 units. So these are different requirements. Net, our answer is 9 lakh rupees. Net, the answer is 9 lakh rupees. Any doubts on this? Because some of you have a doubt on this MCQ based question. There's nothing new in MCQ. It is basically normal question with good part of options being given to us. Any doubts on this? Clear? I think I have one more question which is on overtime, which is more of a theoretical discussion. Explain the treatment of overtime premium. Wants to grab some special orders and overtime is required to meet the same. Then shortfall in production due to some fault. If there is a fault happened, it is charged to the department which has done a fault. If there is any mistake which is happening, mistake will be charged to the department which has done it. Regularly as a policy, if you do it as a policy, average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate. What is average inflated wage rate? Normal hours into normal time plus overtime hours into overtime cost whole divided by the number of hours. Flood in Odisha will go to costing P&L. If there is a flood, it will go to costing P&L. Customer requested, charge it to the customer, and that extra amount will be treated as part of labor cost worked at the requirement charged to the job or customer directly. And if you want to get some special orders, this is rush orders which comes in, that extra overtime premium will be treated as overhead cost, clear? Any doubts on this? So totally 5 segments are there. I'll quickly tell what you need to do. First segment, I would want you to solve more problems because I've not done more questions around there. So wage plans, your ICI SM is also sufficient. Just solve some extra questions on calculating wages under Halsey plan, Rowan plan, time rate system, piece rate system. Halsey versus Rowan, one extra question you have to see. I'll tell you that question number also. One extra question. I think question 13. So just see this one extra question alone, Halsey versus Rowan, to have 12, to have little bit more clarity. Question 12 you see from the main book. Computation of earnings. ICI SM has small illustration. Just check that. Labor turnover, nothing more to be done. Over time, that average inflated wage rate example I had shown, that question alone you'll have to see it again. With this, the labor cost chapter is over. I have around maybe 30 minutes. I'll quickly close one more chapter which is called unit and batch costing. Again, it's a very limited area. Nothing much is there in that chapter. So I have time to close it. So I'll first quickly discuss what is there. Just give me a minute. So now from an exam point of view, this also not that much important, around 3 marks has come, but recently they have been asking question from this area, unit and batch costing, and in that also the most important part is calculating something called as economic batch quantity. There's a concept called economic batch quantity which is same as economic order quantity. Now first, quickly the concept discussion. What is unit costing? Again, there is no difference between job cost sheet, normal cost sheet, unit cost sheet. Unit costing means you will do all the calculation like a normal and just divide by the number of units. And calculate cost per unit. Unit costing is used in those industries where manufacturing is done for identical units. Single unit is taken as a cost unit. In the end, you need to do total cost divided by number of units. This is what is called unit costing. We will have to prepare a normal cost sheet. Overheads will be absorbed using appropriate basis. In this, there is one question on that change in fixed cost and change in variable cost, which is a very good question. I'll explain when I do the problem. Next comes batch costing. What is batch costing? Is where manufacturing is done in batches. Example, ready-made garment. When I manufacture a ready-made garment, one design, I'll manufacture 100 shirts. Mobile phone. In mobile phone, let's assume I'm manufacturing the mobile phone case, which is used, mobile case. For one design, I'll manufacture some 100 units. Another design, I'll manufacture 200 units. Toys manufacturing. When I manufacture toys, same design, I'll manufacture some 100 units. Wherever manufacturing is carried out in batches, we have to do something called as batch costing. Batch costing means you'll have to prepare a batch cost sheet. Direct material, write it directly, direct labor, and overheads using some basis. Let's take an example. Arnav Confectioneries owns a bakery which is used to make bakery items like pastries, cakes, and muffin. AC used to bake at least 50 units of any item at a time. This 50 units is called batch. The batch quantity, that is every batch will be 50 units. Customer orders for how many units? 600. So 600 divided by 50, I have to do 12 batches. I have to do 12 batches, and the setup cost is 150. So 12 into 150 is overall setting up cost. Now, why I explain this example is, let's assume it is 610. 610 divided by 50 is 12.2, rounded off to 13 batches. 601, if you have 601, it will be 13 batches and not 12 batches. If some customer is asking for 601 units, you will have 13 batches, and that extra 1 unit will cost me extra 150 rupees. That extra 1 unit will cost me extra 150, whereas 600 units has cost me only 1800, which is 3 rupees per unit. 3 rupees per unit, but that extra 1 unit will cost me how much? 150. So that understanding is critical. And here we calculate something called as EBQ, economic batch quantity, which is similar as EOQ, economic order quantity. EBQ is the best quantity to produce. EOQ is the best quantity to purchase. EOQ is for purchase and EBQ is for production. 2 into annual production. There it is annual demand of raw material. Here it's called annual production. There it is called ordering cost per order. Here it is called setup cost per production run. There it is called carrying cost. Here we use the term holding cost. Same 13 column format. Annual production. There it's annual demand. Quantity, number of production runs, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost. Here it's number of production runs, setup cost per run, total setup cost, average inventory, holding cost, total holding cost. Along with this, you can add 3 more items if you want. Annual production, cost of manufacturing. There it is called annual purchase, cost of purchase, and total material cost and total inventory cost. Here, many times they may not give the production cost. Many times they will not give the production cost. So we just add and call it as total cost. Like you have frequency of ordering, here you may have frequency of manufacturing. Frequency of manufacturing. Frequency of ordering was 360 or 365 divided by number of orders. Here 360 or 365 divided by number of production run. Production run. There it is called number of orders. Here it is called number of production run. Let's see an example. Annual production 90,000. Annual production 90,000. So square root of 2 into 90,000. Setup cost is 1500. Setup cost is 1500. 2 into 90,000 into 1500. Carrying cost is 5%. If it's percentage, there it is percentage of purchase price. Here it's percentage of production cost. Percentage of production cost. What is production cost? 2120, 60 and 20. Add all the 3 and do into 5%. Into 5%. 110. 110. And now do the calculation. 1567. That's the answer. Another example. Monthly production 10,000. Monthly production 10,000. Economic batch quantities 2,000. How many production runs will be carried out in a year? How many production runs? This is what? Monthly production. First do into 12. 1 lakh 20 divided by 2000. Divided by 2000. What is 2000? Economic batch quantity or quantity per production run, and I get number of runs as 60. Monthly production is, can you give me EBQ answer here? Please apply the formula properly. Let's see. Get me the answer. Two into what? First tell me. 2 into 2,40,000 into and divided by 1.2 because this is per quarter. This is per quarter. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now, market size of a product is 80 lakh. Company has a market share of 2%. Same will increase to 3% in next year. So next year I'll be selling 3% of market. What is the market size? 80 lakh. But this will also increase by 25%. This will also increase by 25%. So tell me what is the next year market size? Next year market size 1 crore. In that I will sell. So my annual production is 3 lakh into 2 into 3 lakh into 1000 divided by per unit carrying cost is 3 rupees divided by 3 rupees. Any doubts on this? 14,142. Get me the answer to this. See what will you do here. It's a very simple one only. So which is not there. So choose which option you will choose here. 12. So listen, they ask for optimum run size. In this example, normally optimum run size means EBQ. But looking at the option, they're asking you to calculate number of production run. Looking at the answer. So first you will calculate EBQ. EBQ is square root of 2 into 80,000. 2 into 80,000 into 3,500 divided by 12. Divided by 12, which is 6832, and you divide and you get 11.70, which is rounded off to 12. Get me answer to this. Two into 50,000 into 10,000 divided by 12. Divided by 12. Clear? See, this is what this chapter I've done almost all the MCQ. That's why I'm saying every other chapter, unless you complete MCQ, that preparation will not get over, because in labor a lot of MCQs I did not discuss. In overheads I did not discuss. So complete MCQ 100% fully, and for that there is a video is also available. So you watch the video in case you get a doubt. But completing MCQ is very, very critical, because that's the area where I can quickly discuss all the concept. Let's quickly discuss the questions which are there now. Let's come to this. Atharva Pharmacare Limited produces a product, produced a uniform type of a product, has a manufacturing capacity of 3,000 units per week of 48 hours. Nothing for you to write, just be in listen mode. From the records of the company, following data is available for 3 consecutive weeks. Units manufactured, direct material, direct wages, factory overhead. Assume the company charges a profit of 20%. What should be the selling price when output is 2,000 units? This is a very simple requirement. They have asked us to calculate what should be the selling price when output is 2,000. Now, I've been given data for 3 weeks. Can you do 9,000 divided by 1,200? 12,000 divided by 1,600. 13,500 divided by 1,800. If you get same number for 2, not even 3, no need to check 3. If you get same number, it is a variable cost. It is a variable cost. So my direct material for 2,000 is 2,000 into 7.5. Can you divide for labor 3,600 by 1,200? Check for two items. 3. So 2,000 into 3. Do factory over at 2 items. Not getting same. If you don't get same, then it is a semi-variable cost. Assuming all the three were 31,000, then it is a fixed cost. If it is 31,000, it is a fixed cost. So how I segregate is change in cost divided by change in units. Any two levels I can take. 2000 divide by 400. 2000 is the difference. 400 is the difference. Variable is in this 1200 into 5 is variable. 1200 into 5 is variable. Balance is fixed. Balance is fixed. So my next item is 2000 into 5. 2000 into 5 and the fixed component is 25,000. Add up all of this, you will get the cost. Profit margin is 20% on sales. 20% on sales. On cost, it will be 20 by 80. I'll get the final data, divide by 2000 units. Divide by 2000 units. This is not technically unit costing. I could have done this as a normal cost sheet question itself. So here my answer is 35 per unit. Remains constant for all 3 weeks and hence it is a variable cost. When you divide by the number of units, if you get the same number, it is variable. Overall same, then it is a fixed. Neither of them same, it is a semi-variable where you have to do change in cost by change in units. Let's come to this question. It's a very good problem. A factory incurred the following expenditure during 2007. Direct material consumed 12 lakh, wages 7 lakh, fixed overhead 3 lakh 60, variable 2 lakh 50. In the year 2008, following changes are expected. Production will increase due to 60% more worker. Production will increase due to 60% more worker. Efficiency will decline by 10%. Efficiency will decline by 10%. What is efficiency? Is your ST by 80, standard time by actual time, or AO by SO. AO by SO. There will be an increase of 20% in fixed overhead. No problem. Overall fixed overhead is there. I'll add 20%. 60% in what? Any change in variable overhead means a change in variable overhead per unit. Any change in variable overhead means change in variable overhead per unit. Direct material will be decreased by 6%. Any change in variable cost, because direct material is a variable cost, would mean a change in direct material cost per unit. Profit is 10%. They want us to calculate cost of production and selling price. Last year, how many units is it given in the question? Last year, how many units? Is there any data in the question on number of units? No. So last year is 100 units. Last year is 100 units, which means last year material cost is 12,000. Last year labor cost is 7,000. Fixed overhead I don't calculate per unit. Last year variable overhead is 2,500. These are last year cost. In the current year, 100 should go up to 160. 100 should go up to 160 because I'm recruiting more people. I'm recruiting more people. But there's a problem. These new people are not fully efficient. The new people are not fully efficient. 100 should have gone up to what? 160. What will it go up to? Efficiency is equal to AO by SO. 90% is equal to AO by 160. AO by 160. I wanted to produce 160 units. I wanted to produce 160 units. Why 160 units? Because I'm getting more people. I'm getting more people. Whereas this new people are not fully efficient. And my AO will be what? Why I'm doing this calculation is, for doing my variable cost, I'll have to multiply per unit cost into 144. I'll have to multiply per unit cost into 144. For example, material 12 lakh. Question said 6% reduction. Don't do 12 lakh minus 6%. 12,000 minus 6% into 144. 12,000 minus 6% into 144. Let's not worry much about the numbers and all. This is the calculation. 12,000 minus 6%. What is minus 6%? That is the reduction, and multiplied with what? 144. Labor cost last year was 7 lakh. This year, directly you can say 7 lakh plus extra 60%. Why plus extra 60%? Because 60% more people are coming. 60% more people are coming. And because they're inefficient, cost and all will change. That is a different thing. 7 lakh plus what? 60%. Directly you add 60%. 7 lakh plus 60%. Fixed overheads 3 lakh 60. 3 lakh 60, add 20%, add 20%, and variable overhead per unit is 2500, add 60% and multiply with 144. Multiply with 144. This question, please practice it even day before exam. This will test that change in fixed cost, change in variable cost, you're able to do it properly or not. In case you're making a mistake in this, which means that concept is still not clear. Change in fixed cost means change in total fixed cost. Change in variable cost means change in variable cost per unit. Clear? There's nothing there in the question. In fact, this question I need not have done it also, because it's the same concept. I keep on repeating. I'll be going to budgets and budgetary control, where also I'll keep on saying the same thing. Change in fixed cost means change in total fixed cost, and change in variable cost means change in variable cost per unit. Clear? Any doubts on this? Wherever you don't have units, please make this assumption. Let us assume 100 units are produced in 2007. Production will increase to 160. Inefficiency 10% drop, 144. Inefficiency 10% drop is 144. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Okay, let's come to this question. This is simple. You are going to do this. You have to prepare a cost sheet. Read it and start preparing a cost sheet. Please read the question. Start preparing a cost sheet, whatever way you understand. Start preparing a cost sheet for question 3. OAR, everything is given in the question. I'll give you some 4-5 minutes. 4-5 minutes time. You do question 3. Okay, I quickly discuss this. It says my batch will be 50 muffins. 600 is the order. So I'll have to do it for 12 batches. Material cost 500 into 12. Wages cost 50 into 12. Oven setup cost 150 into 12. All this put together, I will get my prime cost, assuming oven setup cost is a direct expense. Production overhead is 20% of wages. 20% of wages. So it will be 20% of 600. On this extra 10% is selling, distribution and admin overheads. This will give me cost of sales. I get profit, sales and selling price. Now, what can happen is the question may say 605 or 610. If it is 610, all cost will be for not 600 by 50. You cannot write 610 by 50 here, okay? You will have to do into 13. You will have to do into 13, because that extra, because the question says he has to bake at least what? A batch of at least 50 units of any item, at least. So if somebody wants 600, okay. But if you want extra 10, I have to do baking of 50, waste 40. Waste 40. So I'll incur material cost on that. I'll incur labor cost on that. Every cost I'll incur. So I'll be doing for 13 batches. I'll be doing for 13 batches. That is a variant the question can ask, 610 or 620. Last is on EBQ. Here that extra cost saving part alone I'll have to discuss. BTL LLP manufactures glass bottles for HDL Limited, a pharma company which is an Ayurvedic medicine business. It can produce 2 lakh bottles in a month. It can produce 2 lakh bottles in a month. Setup cost is 5,200. Holding cost is 1.50. Holding cost is 1.50. As per an estimate, HDL Limited can order as much as 19 lakh bottles in a year, spreading evenly throughout the year. Now listen, BTL LLP manufactures bottles for HDL Limited. HDL Limited is my customer, and my customer is going to ask for how many bottles? 19 lakh. I don't know why they gave this 2 lakh. This is saying maximum 2 lakh you can do. 19 lakh is what my customer wants. At present, I manufacture 1 lakh 60,000. At present, I manufacture 1 lakh 60,000. Let's first calculate EBQ, square root of 2 into 19 lakh into 5,200 divided by 1.5. 1,14,775 is what I'm advising them. And what they are doing is 1,60,000. I want to know what is the cost saving. I'll first show you the format which we normally use. This is the format I had used in the earlier chapter, that is material cost chapter. Same format to ensure consistency. EBQ, current run size. Instead of calling it as demand, annual production. 19 lakh, 19 lakh, 19 lakh and 19 lakh. Quantity per production run. Quantity per production run. EBQ said 114,775 and company currently is doing 1,60,000. Number of production run. I can round off or I can write in decimal. Let it be in decimal. 16.55 and 11.88. 16.55 and 11.88. Instead of ordering cost per order, we'll call it as setup cost per production run. Setup cost per production run, which is 5,200. I multiply this, I get total setup cost. Total setup cost is 86,061,776. Average inventory quantity per production run by 2. Carrying cost name you can use or holding cost name you use, both are same, 1.5. At EBQ, total ordering cost will be equal to total carrying cost. At EBQ, total setup cost, here the name is total setup cost, 86,060, 86,081. Whatever difference it is there, it is rounding off. Again, you have to write annual production. This I don't have in many question. Cost of production, which I don't have, so I'm not writing it. Cost of production I don't have, I'm not writing it. These three items will not come in many questions because they will not give cost of production, and even if they give, there will not be any difference in cost of production. So my saving now is under EBQ, I will save some 9,000 rupees, approximately some 9,600 rupees is the saving in EBQ. We do not have quantity discount, all that will not come. Same thing, annual demand called as annual production. Quantity per order is called quantity per production run. Number of orders is called number of production run. Setup cost per run, there it is called ordering cost per order. There it's called total ordering cost, here it is called total setup cost. Average inventory remains same. You can use the word carrying cost or holding cost, total holding cost, put a total. So ignoring these three items should not come. Ignoring these three items, just give me. Ignoring these three items, I will be left with total inventory cost, and the difference is 9634. Any doubts on this? So this is the extra cost. Here maybe little bit difference on the rounding off side, but doesn't really matter. Almost the answer is going to remain same. 9650 I'm getting. It depends on how much decimals we are working with rounding off. Clear? With this segment is over. EBQ can be tested in exam. It has come few times in exam. Very simple area. Square root of 2 into annual production of FG into setup cost per run divided by holding cost per unit per annum. With this, I'm done. I'll be meeting you again maybe after a few days of gap. When I come back, we will cover the budgets and budgetary control, standard costing. I think non-integrated accounts is pending. I'll cover that also. And I'll see in the methods of costing, whichever chapter we are able to do it. I'll end with this then. Thank you, friends.